Hello, I'd like to call this public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. First, perform the roll call. Nils Christofferson. Here. Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Here.
Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly. Here. Brendan McComb.
Here.
Mike Rose. Here. I'm Tom Imeson. I'm here. So we're all here today for the meeting. As a reminder, this public meeting will be live streamed, or at least attempted to be, all day. It would be helpful for people to silence their electronic devices for the duration of the meeting. In addition, in order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all the business on the agenda for its meetings, public comment for agenda items will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. A sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. We'll first proceed with the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval of consent items A through D?
So moved.
Moved by Mike. Is there a second?
Second.
Joe seconded first, so we'll take that second and note that you would have seconded it had the need be. Is there any objection to approval of those minutes then? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And we'll next go to State Forester Doherty. I guess we need to also approve the minutes from the September 4th meeting. So before we do that, any objection to those minutes?
That was consent item.
Yeah, I just see it differently on here. So if we're done, we're done with that. And then Peter, we'll go ahead with you.
Great. Good morning. I have three topics to cover this morning. The first is sort of key takeaways from the Board of Forestry October retreat. The second is our fire financial situation. And the third is a quick update on our climate change work. The board had a very productive and thoughtful conversation at their October retreat. And I think there's key takeaways in three main areas: structural and operational processes, working relationships and decision-making, and strategic planning or the forestry program for Oregon. In terms of structural and operation processes, the board indicated a desire to have greater control and flexibility in agenda setting and mid-course correction to work plans. We discussed how board members can add items to the agenda over the course of the year, and what, if any, principles does the board want around agenda setting. Members did acknowledge that if any two board members request a topic for inclusion on the agenda, it will get added. Discussion about meeting agenda should allow adequate time for discussion and decision, not be loaded with updates. And we also discussed structuring the agenda with decision items at the front end of the agenda, and we will do that. We discussed building in space for agenda planning, for discussing process improvements and unforeseen substantive issues, while mapping out key policy and concerns and priorities for each division in the 2-year cycle. And I'll come back to that later in my comments. The board also discussed avenues for department staff to formally check in with the board to provide an outlook on completion of ongoing work related to an agenda topic. You know, really bringing the idea is the feasibility of the resulting work. Will it meet board direction? Or will it be productive for board decision making? And so we'll work on that. We discussed giving staff clear direction. It was suggested that the chair synthesize the status of discussions to wrap up each topic, providing a general summary of the discussion and any conclusion, decision, and next step actions. This approach would allow for review for accuracy by board members and give staff a chance to clarify their understanding of board guidance and decisions. And the board finally expressed a desire to find more opportunities for awareness building and deliberation on complex issues, with more frequent status reports from agency staff prior to getting the recommendations. including checks for shared understanding or clarification needed with regards to guidance from the board, and allow more time for the board to deliberate towards consensus building rather than taking a quick vote on issues. In terms of working relationships and decision-making, the board discussed how attitudes have shifted or are less aligned on difficult decisions. Board dynamics are changing, especially with the recent addition of 3 new members. Relational trust is built over time, and there was recognition that it's difficult to cultivate within a public forum. There was also discussion around instances where staff recommendations and board decisions do not align, which can create tension. And mentioned exploring opportunities for board members to gain familiarity with each other and with department staff to develop meaningful relationships. We discussed how the board can build consensus and make timely decisions. Ideas were shared for being intentional in work planning about how much time is needed to gather information and deliberate on a key policy issue. And then throughout the year, finding flexibility where possible when more time is needed or desired by the board on a decision. Conversely, the board should recognize when a delay in a decision actually is a decision. And then finally, in building recommendations, we discussed revisiting and clarifying a shared understanding between the board and the executive team about expectations for staff work on information gathering, analysis, and option building for board decision on a given policy issues. And we even discussed what is a recommendation. Is it just a first draft? Is it a policy option among alternatives or a departmental proposal? So I think those are all things that we can continue to work on during the year. We also discussed the forestry program for Oregon, mainly focused around values and the use of public values in decision making. There seemed to be a desire to update and codify the value section, particularly during this transitional period with board membership. And I think that discussion had an eye on creating a utility for this board and future boards' use in decision making. One suggestion was to examine the suite of values as a whole and set intentions around the right balance. Another one was to review public survey on values and use this to inform updates. The board, some other board comments on the values at the retreat, including focus on what has changed from 2011 when it was last done to now, such as how population expansion, fire season, and climate change affects public social economic interest. Climate change impacts need to be called out as integral to all forest management values, including Oregon's unique role in storing carbon. With a decline in harvest related to federal forest management investments, how are the broader goals of forestry, the forestry program for Oregon affected? Being specific about the definition of active management and which forests are best suited for active management, and discussed expansion on the types of management, whether active, passive, or inactive. Also discussed adaptive management, climate refugia, federal regulatory changes, fire and state lands management need to be considered when updating the values. Finally, at the end of the retreat, the board discussed the department's strategic initiatives, the board work plans, and topics that could be brought to the board. In addition to ongoing work, board members discussed including compliance audit design for the annual monitoring report, creating administrative rules that include multiple species, review all the FPA rules, determine which may need to be updated in light of new scientific information on climate change, work on a legislative concept for trust land transfer from an agency perspective. More information around staffing levels may impact each level of the 3-tiered state forest long-term financial projections. a financial dashboard designed to ensure it has what the board really wants in terms of tracking our finances, reporting on the number of public information requests, workload impacts, and the number of FTE performing the work, looking at Good Neighbor Authority program progress and status, and discussion around developing policy guidance, moving from a pilot to an operational program. Discuss the opportunity to think about incorporating climate change and logistical planning and how it relates to the forestry program for Oregon, and a desire to see climate change implications in all work. So moving forward, the next step in your planning process will occur at the January board meeting. So I'll be working with division chiefs and program directors to incorporate current and potential agenda topics into your work plans. The board will review draft work plans, and just looking at it, given the number of topics, the board's going to have to set priorities in January. And then based on board priorities and input, we will revise the proposed work plans, and we're scheduled to bring those back to the March meeting where the board will revise again, and or approve them. And these are the work plans that set the agenda for the next biennium, so that we have a thoughtful planned agenda. We can still make mid-course adjustments or mid-year changes to the agenda along the way. But this is the board process for saying, what are we going to be focused on for the next 2 years? Great. Moving on to fire finance. The last 8 years of increased severity, complexity, and duration of fire season have revealed two related financial challenges facing Oregon's wildfire response system. The first is a structural problem leading to cash flow challenges funding wildfire response. And the second is an increase in financial and administrative workload leading to delays in collecting wildfire accounts receivable from other parties, primarily the federal government. Oregon's large fire funding structure was designed for the average fire season of a decade ago. Under our current structure, the department starts the fire season with $10 million in cash on hand for fire suppression cost. These funds come from the landowner fees paid to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. And this approach worked fine when our average gross cost for fighting fires was $10 million or less, which it was prior to 2013. Since 2013, the average gross fire cost has exceeded $60 million a year, creating a cash flow issue until the other revenue sources, general fund, other agency billings, FEMA, catastrophic insurance, and responsible party recoveries can be collected. Given these large fire seasons that have been occurring back to back, the department has been addressing annual cash shortfalls through inter-fund borrowing from the treasurer. As fires increase, so as the volume of transactions that ODF staff are processing. The 2016 Secretary of State audit found on average that the number of quarterly transactions for personal services, services and supply, and capital outlays increased from about 40,000 to over 100,000 in the 2013-2015 fire season. In addition to the increasing number of transactions, the financial and administrative aspects of large fires are also more complex to process. For example, more fires are occurring between multiple fire districts and jurisdiction and involve multiple levels of government. This workload has impacted the ability to timely process wildfire accounts receivables from other parties. Following the 2016 audit, ODF made some business processes and staffing improvements to address this. We reconfigured our fire finance procedures with the goal of significantly decreasing the time between our expenditures of funds and when we receive reimbursements. We implemented that in 2018. Working with federal partners to expedite recovery of high dollar value receivables first, rather than first in, first out, and increasing staffing levels to work through delayed collection processes and bringing invoices up to date. In 2018, we had a $100 million fire season in terms of gross cost. These costs occurred in the last year of the biennium when available cash was at its lowest, requiring the department to secure a second line of credit from the Treasury. This situation was coupled in delays collecting the $60 million in receivables in 2018, as well as carrying the cost of previous fire seasons. The department did not have the cash available to pay off one of the lines of credit. This near default has brought a great deal of attention to the agency's financial situation, which most recently resulted in Governor Brown's establishing a forestry financial oversight team. This team is comprised of key leadership from the governor's office, the Department of Administrative Services, ODF, the Board of Forestry, and the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response. The team is charged with receiving reports from an independent contractor who will be hired to provide services to address the backlog of receivables within the Department of Forestry and to provide recommendations for structural changes to expedite standardizing processes of financial transactions associated with wildfire costs. And secondly, evaluate options for a financial structure for managing our seasonal borrowing to support wildfire response. The team's work is expected to last approximately 6 months. The independent contractor procurement and management will be handled by the Department of Administrative Services. And by addressing the current financial situation and creating a new structure and processes that reflect the reality of increasing and costly wildfires, our team's work, the team's work will enable ODF to refocus its resources and efforts to the core vital work of fighting fires to protect Oregonians and the state's natural resources into the future. I will be providing regular updates on the team's work to the board, department staff, and our key stakeholder groups. And final topic on climate change. On October 29th, we released the first comprehensive report on the stock and flux of forest carbon. It's titled the Oregon Forest Ecosystem Carbon Inventory from 2001 to 2016. This report, we've presented to the board drafts of this, is based on extensive field plots, supplies the quantitative dimension of a forest carbon accounting framework by providing estimates for the status and trends of carbon in Oregon's forest ecosystem and ownerships since 2001. As we've mentioned during board presentations, we've been working with California, Washington, and British Columbia to develop a consistent carbon accounting framework and to collaborate on research topics. We recently formalized this relationship by signing a memorandum of understanding on Pacific Coast temperate forest with those other 3 governments. And I'm providing a copy of that MOU for your reference. So thanks, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. There's also a slightly more detailed summary of the financial fire finance situation for your reference.
Questions for Peter or comments? I have no question.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Tom. I had the chance to attend the combined meeting of the Oregon Board of Agriculture and the EQC Commission on September 26th. They met in Madras and discussed water quality roles and responsibilities of ODA and the DEQ. And of course, temperature was discussed. I found it interesting that ODA struggles with past practices and resulting conditions of streams, just as we do in forestry. It doesn't appear that they really have a desired future condition target like ODF does to try to address that issue. So I found it as a forester interesting. Of course, they talked about TMDL plans. It was pretty specific to that area around Madras, the Deschutes Basin, and so on. But the discussion was really about an entire basin and how the DEQ thinks about temperature related to those TMDL plans. They talked a lot about reasonable assurance and accountability of the TMDL plans and how we are showing progress towards addressing temperature. And of course, the lands we regulate would be a part of that reasonable assurance. And the rules and the protection measures that we currently have today, or the rules that we would be taking up in the future. Of course, the DEQ is considering shade and flow and stream width, how all of these land uses, ag, urban, forestry, all combine and impact temperature. There's a lot of discussion related to, of course, agriculture and the use of moving water out for irrigation and the things that they can do to increase flow associated with that. And they're doing a lot, of course, the Department of Ag's doing a lot of incentivizing and good work to try to increase flow. You're probably aware that, I know you're aware that Tom and Peter and Kyle and I are meeting regularly with the EQC members. Wade Moseby is here today, member of the EQC Commission, liaison to this board, as I'm the liaison to their commission. And I guess I want to say I really appreciate the commitment of the EQC members and both the DEQ and the Department of Forestry's commitment to working together to really find solutions to this problem. And we've set up meetings, quarterly meetings of that group moving forward throughout the year. And so I expect to have a lot of great discussion related to that. A couple of things I've asked just as a board member for information for myself of Kyle. I've asked because we're talking about the SISCUs, rural analysis in the SISCUs. I'm trying to understand the TMDL overlay in the SISCUs, what streams are that we regulate, what the land uses are, how much is federal, how much is agriculture, how much is a part of our what we regulate. Trying to understand that. I'm also trying to understand system potential shade, and how that relates to DFC, desired future condition. I also one of the presenters gave a paper that was kind of interesting, that was basically looking at a question of, can restoration work on temperature impaired streams could that offset potential increased temperature as a result of climate change? And it was interesting for a couple of reasons. It was on the Grand Ronde River and Catherine Creek, which I'm very familiar with. Nels is very familiar with in my neck of the woods. So I'm really familiar with the study and the areas. Those streams cross multiple land uses. In fact, the lands that I work on and manage, we have tributaries of Catherine Creek that are on the lands that I work on and I'm responsible for. I forwarded that paper to Brenda. I was curious as to Brenda's input on that. I got some great input from Brenda. And so I think I'm not sure how we use that kind of information, but it's what we're grappling with. And so an interesting paper, and I'll forward it to Hillary and as for information of their board members to take a look at. I really do believe the work between the DEQ and the Department of Forestry. I'm optimistic that it'll be complementary to our rural analysis and the SISCU, and I'm really optimistic about the outcome of it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other? Yes, Brenda.
Maybe that's a good segue to a meeting that I attended, excuse me, last month, the OED meeting in Condon, Oregon, where the board distributed available funds to projects all around the state, many of which were kind of focused on restoration of streamside systems. So in addition to that, though, there was a pretty robust discussion about committee structure for OWEB. And two areas struck me as possible areas of coordination or collaboration with this board and maybe other state boards too. One was with climate change, and OWEB is very serious about taking that on as kind of a core theme for what they do. The other was around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so the discussion was, should there be separate committees that deal specifically with these issues, or should those issues be integral to all the things that OWEB does across all areas of their mission? And so I'm not sure that there's been a decision. I can't recall if there was a decision made yet, but But I think those two areas are areas that overlap significantly with what we are addressing too. And so some type of collaboration or coordination seems important.
Thank you.
And maybe that's something that we can bring to the board. So we collaborate across the natural resource agencies, and we're currently working on the updating Oregon's climate adaptation framework. And we just had a meeting about governance for that because there's 23 agencies involved. DLCD's leading that. OWEB's one of the core partners. We're proposing that the governance will be the natural resources directors to serve as an executive team for the core team of staff that are working on it. We have one person on that core team working on forest adaptation. And then the other thing that it'd be great to continue discussion on is diversity, equity, inclusion. And I serve on the diversity, equity, inclusion subcommittee for Oregon's executive leadership team. We're talking about sort of a statewide push for some additional investments, that if the state's really committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, there's probably warrant some investment in the diversity, equity, inclusion office. And many state agencies were not funded for a position for diversity, equity, inclusion, and many other state agencies, mid-size and smaller, don't have that capacity. So questions around how do you get that capacity to really make a commitment to that, I think will be an important conversation among all state agencies going forward. So I think I'll continue to work with OWEB on seeing where we can coordinate among boards.
Jim.
Yeah, I also have a report. It's feeling a little bit like grade school. I went down a couple of weeks ago to tour the Green Diamond Resources property near Klamath Falls. Kyle and Chad from ODAF came as well. And that property is participating in the Cap and Trade program of California. And it was a very educational, nothing like a field trip to see that on the ground. That very large property had previously been owned by a company that had over-harvested significantly. And so that's what Green Diamond ended up with a large property with a lot of small trees. So the choices that they've made have been very rational for them to participate in this program and to see what will be win-wins for in many different directions at firsthand was wonderful. Things that I was struck by, well, obviously right now, they don't really have much opportunity to turn those forests in the short term into any kind of reasonable income stream. But in the Cap and Trade program of California, they are required to have species diversity. So this will not be a tree farm. And I think essentially it'll be 3 different species that they plant and have planted. Another interesting part of the program is that you find that the property owner is very much engaged in preventing fire on the property. Particularly in the California program, if they start the fire themselves, it's very punitive for them and doesn't work out in their long-term interests. So you have an alignment of interest there to prevent fire, which I also thought was really wonderful. But we are going to end up with a forest there that is a much older forest, but that they're still going to be eventually it'll be a working forest, and they'll be cutting trees every year in the future. And it's going to be a better forest for recreation and better forest for other species as well. And so I saw a lot of positives there. One negative that I heard about was that they spent $750,000 in the application process and the approval process with California. And I think if Oregon ever does this, there's a big lesson there in that really, if we had a similar process, only the very largest property owners would be able to participate. And so I hope if we ever do that, that we look carefully at trying to streamline that process. Finally, on another subject, I'd like to just share my thoughts around all the publicity that ODF has been getting, and the fact that we've been portrayed in the press as the gang that couldn't shoot straight. And I think I'm going to go in a direction here where I think there's some shared blame that should be expressed out there. So I think I have a tradition of getting everybody mad at me by the things I say. But if you really look at this, ODF definitely has some responsibility, particularly in terms of how and they have communicated the problem for some time now. That said, I think you also have to look at the other parties here. I think you have to look at the legislature. I think you have to look at the governor's office, and I think you have to look at stakeholders on both sides here, because we have quite a history here of not being able to get the funding that would have helped to head off this problem. And when the governor's office did not support a POP, they did that. Their reasoning was that the stakeholders were in such disagreement around how any money going to ODF should be spent. And that's happened now a couple of times in a row to legislative. So that we end up with the legislature not able and not willing to provide the needed funding that could have headed this off. So, and if our stakeholders on both sides had ever gotten together and found anything to agree about, they have a role in having led us into the current situation as all. So I think there's more than simply an agency that can't shoot straight here.
Thanks for that. Any other comments? We have comments, public comment. 9 folks have signed up to appear. We'll take you 4 at a time, and appreciate your summarizing your statements and especially to keep them under 3 minutes. But we have Ernie Nemi, Fran Caffaretta-Coe, Sal Peralta, and Jill Bell to start. Appreciate your coming here today.
Thank you. My name is Ernie Nemi. I am president of Natural Resource Economics in Eugene. I want to talk to you first about 3 recent events. The first of these is research that's taken place over the last 3 years that documents the carbon dioxide emissions that result from logging within the state of Oregon. That research also indicates that the climate-related damages from the emissions that result from annual logging on state lands could exceed $13 billion a year. 13 billion. The second event occurred yesterday when 11,000 scientists said it is much, much worse than that. They said the climate crisis has arrived and is accelerating faster than most scientists expected. It is more severe than anticipated, threatening natural ecosystems and the fate of humanity. The third event occurred last November, when Oregon's Attorney General laid out the legal framework that plaintiffs can use to seek compensation when they, from an entity that sells a product that is then used to generate carbon dioxide emissions. That legal framework, I'm not an attorney, but it seems that legal framework could be directed at the Board of Forestry for selling timber and logging rights that then result in carbon dioxide emissions that create damages in excess of $13 billion a year. These events lead to 3 conclusions. One is, I believe it would be prudent for the board to not sell any timber at all until it has fully assessed the carbon-related damages that can result from that sale and the potential threat risk to taxpayers if plaintiffs seek compensation for those damages. The second recommendation conclusion is it would be prudent for you to suspend all logging right now until you have fully assessed these costs and these risks, given the comments from the scientists yesterday, and you have developed a reasonable risk management plan. The third conclusion is, if you do not take these steps, it would be reasonable for you to anticipate that at your future meetings, you will have Oregonians flooding this room and this building saying, "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?" Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Imison and fellow members of the Oregon Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is Fran Caffaretta-Co. I'm a certified wildlife biologist and the owner of a small wildlife consulting firm. My professional career focuses on working with landowners to intentionally manage wildlife as part of sustainable timber harvest. Much of my work is developing and implementing biodiversity management plans for timber companies. I have written and helped implement wildlife and biodiversity management plans for my clients, and I'm excited to share that this represents over 500,000 acres in Western Oregon, from the California border all the way on up to the Washington border. And so I get a little bit disappointed and a little bit frustrated sometimes when I come to these meetings and it feels like the tone is just that the sky is falling, and that if we do nothing, that the Oregon's wildlife species that call our forests home are going to perish. And I'm just here today to offer an alternate view based on my years of experience working directly for wildlife and working forests. I spent my career working with landowners such as Lone Rock Timber, Justina Land and Timber, Greenwood Resources, and others. And I can tell you that we're making intentional decisions and implementing actions that benefit wildlife. And we do this all the time. We do it every day. For example, we retain and create snags for cavity nesting birds. We leave legacy trees for the many species of wildlife that rely on them. We are planting a variety of species and growing forests and habitat. We leave downed wood for small mammals. We complete fish habitat improvement projects. We work to remove barriers to fish passage. We intentionally create biodens that benefit bats. And we're doing this management in an intentional way. These examples only scratch the surface of the work that we're doing. And again, I'd just like to reiterate that that's over 500,000 acres just in the work that I'm involved in. And I just wanted to bring this to your attention today to shed light on the positive actions that are occurring for wildlife across the state. And I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Imison and members of the committee. My name is Sal Peralta. I'm a member of the McMinnville City Council and a board member of the Mid-Valley Council of Governments. I'm here today to talk about climate change policy. I appreciated Mr. Kelly's update speaking to the on-the-ground provisions of the California Carbon Trading Program, as well as the director's update outlining the board's interest in course correcting existing work plans and the increased focus on forestry's role in climate change policy. I'd like to encourage your agency staff and your board to consider whether the agency is taking full advantage of the statutory authority that's been granted to it by the Oregon legislature to address climate change, particularly with respect to policies that allow for the development and marketing of carbon sequestration offsets. One program in particular that I'd like to flag for your attention, which falls under the purview of this board, is the Oregon Forest Resources Trust. The Oregon Forest Resources Trust was created by the legislature in 1993 to help non-industrial private landowners establish and maintain healthy forests on land that had previously been forested. The funds intended to provide financial, technical, and related assistance to public and private landowners for the establishment and management of forest land for timber production and conservation purposes. But crucially, it's the first program in the nation to authorize the development and marketing of a protocol for carbon sequestration offsets. That's especially relevant today, I believe, given the failure of the previous legislature to pass new legislation related to climate change. Although the trust has this broad statutory authority, which is contained in ORS 526-700 through 526-775, which is included in the notes of my packet, Its implementation has been narrow in scope, primarily administering 200-year loans through a small fund with money specifically tied to that purpose. However, the trust has several statutory components that make it potentially a very useful vehicle for helping to move the state's climate goals forward. It has a separate segregated account from the general fund. It includes both a loan and a grant program. It's already authorized to regulate carbon offsets, and it's authorized to make agreements with both public and private entities. What it's lacking is funding. Because the trust has never been adequately funded, its core mission is tied to a program that's not very attractive to landowners. It's underutilized. And so I'd like to ask the board and the agency to review the statutory and administrative authority of the trust to determine the extent to which the current scope of the program could be expanded to better meet Oregon's climate policy needs. Specifically, I'd like to ask the agency to explore funding opportunities for the trust, particularly in the context of bringing in outside dollars for a grant program to address climate change through afforestation and reforestation. The basic idea here is that ODF seeks state support, either direct state funds for granting or more limited seed money to solicit private dollars for forest reforestation and afforestation and similar projects. I believe the statutory authority granted in the program would allow the state to take in funds for carbon sequestration without additional legislative authority. And I believe you could use this program to make it easier for jurisdictions like California that have set up carbon trading programs, and for companies that are subject to environmental judgments or that just want to offset their carbon footprint to invest in those kinds of projects on a non-industrial private land in Oregon. I've had some preliminary conversations about this concept with a wide range of stakeholders, including environmental groups, rural community advocates, Treasurer Tobias Reed, and a diverse group of legislators, and I believe there's support for this approach, so I ask that you consider it. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. My name is Jill Bell, and I'm here today to share with you information about the Oregon Women in Timber, known as OWIT, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on forestry education and advocacy. I joined OWIT 1.5 years ago, and I'm currently the president of the Lane County chapter and the state secretary. My background is deeply tied to logging in the timber industry. I am proud to say that I'm a logger's wife, a logger's daughter, and a logger's sister. My personal background is in forest engineering, and I've worked in the industry for the past 16 years. Because of this, I'm very concerned about the future of our industry and want to make sure fact-based information is getting out to the public. My whole family is proud of what we do, and we want people to see the good in logging and active forest management. We have also been concerned about misinformation being provided to the general public by people who use emotion rather than science to talk about clear cutting, logging, and forestry. This is why I joined OWIT and am active with the organization. One of the things that attracted me to OWIT is our interactive science-based forestry education program for K through 8th grade called Talk About Trees. The program is presented by experienced facilitators and offered free to classrooms throughout Oregon. The goal of the program is to encourage an awareness and appreciation for the value of trees and forests in our daily lives, including information about the protection, management, and conservation of the renewable forest. The Lane County chapter of OWIT just did a Forest Products Month campaign during October. As part of this campaign, we ran radio ads, had a Forest Fact Friday giveaway on the radio. We had members on talk radio shows, ran a social media campaign that had over 20,000 unique reaches, held mill tours where 12 University of Oregon students participated, and hosted a trivia night with Lane Families for Farm and Forest where over 20 people showed up. It was hugely rewarding to engage with our communities and educate the public about our love for the forests and our industry. As a lifelong rural Oregonian, I love the communities and landscapes where I have the privilege to work. The timber industry provides family wage jobs to people who, like myself, love to be outdoors. I can't even put into words the true passion and love for the land that foresters and loggers have. And I see that every day in my coworkers, my employees, my contractors, and my family. We, more than anyone, want to ensure working forests are around for the next generation, as my family has left the forest for my generation to steward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, all of you. Next, Anna Yarborough, Amanda Astor, Melissa Thompson, and Kyle Williams.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. My name is Anna Yarbrough. I'm a forester, a mom, an avid outdoorswoman, and a member of the Lane County chapter of Oregon Women in Timber. Between me and my husband, I'm proud to say our family is 100% supported by timber dollars. We both work in the woods and spend as much time as we can outside of work with our son in the woods. For me, Oregon Women in Timber is an avenue to advocate for active forest management that supports families like ours. Families who not only depend financially on the timber industry, but also spend all their personal time recreating in Oregon's forests. Teaching our son, and through Oregon Women in Timber, the general public about the importance of natural forest cycles and the role that active management can play in those forest cycles is critical. We can actively manage our forests while protecting water quality, enhancing wildlife habitat, producing renewable wood products, and supporting rural communities and families like ours. These forests are our homes, our offices, our playgrounds, and for some of us, even our grocery stores. These forests and the timber industry provide a way of life that many of us can't imagine living without. Through Oregon Women in Timber and their educational programs, I'm working to help bridge the gap between families like ours and those who think walking on a groomed city park trail is getting out in nature. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Amanda Astor. I'm a forester from Eugene. I hold a Bachelor of Science in both forest management and forest biology, a minor in botany, and a graduate certificate in forest carbon science, policy, and management. I'm also the secretary for the Oregon Women in Timber Lane County chapter. As someone who works in the woods and as a young woman who wants to have a family one day, I'm always thinking about the future. What will the community my child grows up in be like? Will there be a healthy economy? Will the community be safe? Will the schools be good? I also think deeply about the environment, climate change, and what my child's life will be like once I'm long gone. Thankfully, Oregon has trees. We have forests. Forests not only provide oxygen and remove carbon dioxide, our forests provide renewable wood products and family wage jobs. Working in the woods is not easy, often requiring back-breaking work and long hours when no one else is awake. So why do we do it? It's because we love our forests and we love our industry and we are proud of it. Our hearts and souls are put into what we do every day. It is our identity. Many of the companies working in the forest sector are small, family-owned businesses with razor-thin margins. As the board considers policies that affect their ability to survive, remember that Oregon's forest sector is made up of real people with real families who need real food. I also encourage members to recognize the climate benefits from constructing and designing with wood products. According to the American Forest Foundation, building with wood is better for the environment, it helps reduce energy consumption and improves energy efficiency. Using engineered wood I-joists instead of steel joists results in 22 pounds of avoided greenhouse gas emissions for every square foot of floor. Oregon Women in Timber supports science-based policy and management. Actively managing forests also has climate benefits. According to Bruce Lipke of the University of Washington, the carbon in sustainably managed Pacific Northwest forests is restored at time of harvest. The forest remains carbon neutral because removals are set to be not greater than net growth. Lastly, a Dovetail Partners Incorporated report suggests forests do not accumulate carbon indefinitely. Older forests tend to have higher carbon densities than younger forests, but low or near zero rates of additional carbon sequestration as they reach maturity. In old forests where catastrophic losses are likely, active management can provide carbon benefits. A no-harvest strategy can mean missed opportunities for greater carbon mitigation over the long term and also increase the risk of loss. As members of the Board of Forestry, you can prevent this loss by supporting those of us who work in the woods, ensure our forest continues to sequester maximum amounts of carbon, and help keep forests as healthy forests for our children and future generations. Please consider this information moving forward, and thank you for hearing my public comment.
Thank you.
Chairman, excuse me, Chairman Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. My name is Melissa Thompson, and I'm here today to tell you all my why. I was born in Mapleton, Oregon, a town that epitomizes the very definition of rural Oregon, a town from which slogans like timber dollars at work were designed. My hometown was built, funded, and ran for many years on money generated from the timber industry. Born the daughter of a mill worker and granddaughter of loggers and mill workers, my very first paying job was for the small sawmill in town. This sawmill, with its various logging operations and forestry operations, supported many working families from all the local towns and cities nearby. Some of my earliest memories in this life are the sounds of the mill operation, yarder whistles, and the smell of timber being milled and loaded onto trucks and trains to be delivered to destinations abroad. By the time I was in high school, the lines of misinformation regarding this industry were very apparent. I found myself often defending the industry simply because my fellow students were being told things that were either false or had been greatly exaggerated by extremists. The effects of environmental extremism were even then wreaking havoc on this once thriving community. It wouldn't be long before all the mills from the town I knew and loved were closed, taking with them countless jobs and revenue. To say it was devastating doesn't even come close. Now as an adult, I am an owner of a small logging operation. Our belief for our company and this industry remains the same. Managed forests are and will always be crucial to the well-being of all. As such, the jobs in forest management and the timber industry have a unique opportunity to support working families as they did when I was a child. I joined Oregon Women in Timber as a way to further my ability to help educate others on the importance of proper forest management. I love the science-based information we provide to both children and adults alike. I look forward to working with this fantastic group of women as we continue to grow awareness. My hope for the future is that Oregon will continue to lead the country in sustainable forestry and active forest management. This will mean listening and learning and working as a team. Only this will ensure Oregon's forests will continue to thrive for generations to come. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. My name is Kyle Williams, and I serve as the Director of Forest Protection for the Oregon Forest and Industries Council. Fire season 2013 served as a significant marker in time as we talk about length and severity of our summers. Since then, our state has seen increases in average acres burned, dollars spent, impacts to our communities, and loss of valuable timber assets. Due to these severe impacts, over the next couple of days, you will undoubtedly hear about a significant need for a shift in the way we approach and deal with fire in our state. That we as Oregonians have a responsibility to address the increases in frequency and severity of fire on the landscape, and that in some cases, we should not be putting fires out. I would agree with all of these sentiments, save for the last one, depending on the time of year. I think it's really important that as you move forward, you are provided with some context for where and what the problem is. This might come as a surprise, but the number of fires hasn't dramatically changed over the last 10 years. What has changed is the number of acres burned has significantly trended upward. Interestingly, fire starts are almost equal between private and federal ownerships over that same time period. This should make some sense, being that ODF and U.S. Forest Service protect roughly the same number of acres in Oregon, but that's where the similarities between private lands and federal lands stop when it comes to Oregon's forests. Did you know that in 2017, only 6% of the acres burned were on private lands? How about in 2018, the year of incredible smoke and destruction statewide? Only 9% of the total acres burned were on private lands. And in the 10 years prior to the summer of 2019, only 10% of the forested acres burned have been on private lands. These numbers bear out what I know to be true. Fire on private and state lands are easier to put out. Part of the magic is simply the fact that ODF provides our fire protection. The department has a reputation as being the best wildland fire outfit in the world, and their success every summer proves that. But there's more to the story. Through a combination of deep commitment and investment in the landscape, private lands and landowners are engaged in a way completely unique to Oregon. We reduce fuels through harvest and active management of our lands. We salvage log and replant post-fire so that soils can be stabilized and snags don't leave a lasting legacy of danger to the initial attack crews. We invest heavily in our infrastructure and maintain these roads and fuel breaks throughout their lifespan. This gives our firefighters access when the fires are small and anchor points to safely engage them. All of these landscape features are critical to success. Because of active management, our ODF firefighters are able to safely and aggressively go after each and every fire start, and the difference in the numbers reflects that. In some ways, this creates an unfair situation when there's a fire burning on adjacent federal lands. You may have heard of the concept of picking the right ridge, not the next ridge. This refers to committing effort where the likelihood of stopping the fire is closest to 100%, even if that effort is several acres or even drainages away from the main fire. Unfortunately, more and more frequently, the right ridge is on private lands. In 2017, just under half of the acres burned on ODF protection came from fires originating on other jurisdictions. There's even more. Private landowners invest heavily in training, equipment, and early detection well beyond their statutory responsibility. A survey I conducted last spring of the OFIC members determined that through things like landowner-owned engines, heavy equipment, and fire-trained personnel, there's over $14.5 million worth of annual resource readiness value that we can bring to bear. This doesn't include the vast resources of our contractor base, who also respond and support ODF when the fire bell rings. Again, all this information isn't to pit ODF against the U.S. Forest Service or anyone else for that matter. The intention is to point out that fire seasons are long and painful for all of us, but there are differences in where these fires are burning and how these lands are being managed. Our private lands have proven that we can and should put out every fire, that active management can be a cure for the increase in frequency and severity, and that it can and should be accomplished safely and aggressively. Thank you for your time.
Thanks all of you for coming today. And Bob Van Dyke.
Board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke. I'm here today with some questions about the ongoing issue of the compliance audit from the Forest on the Forest Practice Act. As you know, you report regularly to the legislature on the key performance measure of compliance with the Forest Practices Act. And there was a compliance audit completed in 2017. And that audit has been the basis of reporting to the legislature, 96, 97% compliance. Wild Salmon Center and the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition and some board members, I think as well, all raised some questions about the validity of the study design and data analysis in that 2017 compliance audit. From our view, from our third-party review that we commissioned, the data is unreliable and shouldn't be reported on to the legislature. In fact, so far as we could tell, the proper report should be unknown because we don't have good data. It may actually be higher than 97%, but it may not. We just don't know because of the study design. I flagged this issue for you before your September 4th board meeting when the performance measures were in the consent agenda. There was some discussion about that. The impression I was left with was that the department was doing a look back at that 2017 audit. And if in fact they found that the study design was problematic, they would then address that. They'd caveat the reports or somehow acknowledge that there was some uncertainty with them. I've since heard from staff that there is not going to be any kind of backward-looking assessment and the results are just going to be left as they are. So really I'm here today asking for clarification of that and just underlying the point that if in fact that study is in fact invalid or not reliable, then the results, at least to the legislature, should be changed. Lastly, I would say that really our main concern is looking forward as well from here. How should future studies be designed, et cetera? But we do want the record correct looking back. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll submit some written testimony and a copy of the performance measure graph to your staff.
Thank you. Yes, Brenda.
I'd just like to follow up on that if I could. I've asked several times about this issue, and I had the understanding that the report was going to be reviewed and that there would be an analysis done of the study design and statistical analysis used. I've raised questions about that quite some time ago, and I think Cindy has as well. So could we get clarification on what?
Yeah, I'm certain it was me that gave you that impression. And my staff said they were working with OSU StatNat, and it turned out they're working with that as a forward-looking thing. So I've asked staff to reevaluate that, and we're currently reevaluating the option for getting a past review.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that. I think it's really imperative that if there is an error in my assessment of this, the design and analysis is that there are errors, that there be some communication back to the legislature on that.
Well, and I would say initially back to the board, obviously, as well.
Sorry, yes, of course. Yeah, thank you.
I just had a lot of discussion over this topic. Clarified and communicated to us, to the public, and to the legislature. Jim? So just to summarize this little aspect of this, we're expecting some follow-up report back from you, Peter.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next this next item will really kind of kick off what we're going to be spending our time on tomorrow at the workshop that we have scheduled with Craig Shin, who has appeared before us numerous times in the past, more recently related to his work with the family forest land owners group. So welcome you in this capacity as well. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Chair. And if this is working, is the lapel mic working? Not at all?
I think it's working.
It's working?
Yeah.
The question is whether you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
I guess, can people in the back hear? Yes.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here. And I want to take just a moment to thank all of you for your service. I know something about serving on boards and commissions, and this kind of work is a hero's work, so thank you. Thank you for the service that you provide to Oregon and her forests. I also want to take just a moment to thank the staff of the Oregon Department of Forestry, which also does heroic work, and all the people who care about Oregon's forest. We've heard this morning from a set of different people who, while represent some disagreeing views, all care about Oregon's forest. This is a good place to be, to consider the things that are before you today and tomorrow. Professor Lash and I were asked to kick off essentially the discussion that you'll be spending the day on tomorrow by talking about wicked problems, science values, and policy. And I'm happy to do that. And so just a moment about who I am. I'm emeritus professor. Let's see if I can get this to actually work. And what that means to me is that I get to do what I want to do and not do the things I don't want to do. So I'm here today because I want to be. A couple of other things about me that you may or may not know. One is that I've spent over 30 years in the academy working with mid-career professionals. A number of you know me by that work and the different kinds of degrees and programs that I've been involved with, as well as the plethora of professional development, education, and training programs that we run out of the Center for Public Service. What that means is that I've had a lot of experience working with people who are trying to implement, trying to govern, and trying to create policy in environmental and natural resources. For over 25 years, I led those areas of work at the Hatfield School of Government. Jennifer Allen, who many of you know, now takes that responsibility on. But you may not know that I was trained my first degree as a forester back in the days when that was the degree. If you wanted to be a recreation specialist or economist, you took the one class in those fields. I worked as a forester and for a number of years led biological research in forestry. So I was trained as a positive scientist in forestry. And as Chairman Imison alluded, I have interacted with the Department of Forestry and the Board of Forestry in a variety of different ways, most notably probably chairing the Committee for Family Forest Lands, and then chairing the Large Fire Review Committee. I thought we'd taken care of all the fire issues. One of the lessons that I think that I can say that you might take away from what I have to say is that the challenge with wicked problems is we don't ever solve them. We get to readdress them over and over and over again. And that's disconcerting to people like me who like to solve problems and then put them in a drawer and have them be done. But the things that we face just don't have that kind of architecture. So the summer I turned 14, I decided that I was going to spend my life healing the relationship between humankind and the land. I'm almost done with that work. Not at all. That's the great good thing about a passion or a vision like that, is that it allows you to have good work every single day. Oops. This was supposed to be a smarter slide. Okay, so who am I today and how am I speaking to you about the things that I intend to speak to you? My terminal degree is in resource sociology. And my wife always tells me she knows that it's going to be a long night when we're at a cocktail party and I introduce myself that way, because that's not something that people think about very much about. And yet, if we talk about a forest hydrologist or a forest engineer, people don't have very much difficulty becoming associated with what that means. So just to take away, my interest intellectually is how it is we produce and create meaning in society about the things of nature, and then how we arbitrate the differences among those meanings, because they aren't uniform, particularly in a pluralistic society. So the tensions you felt in the morning, presentations by comments to the board, and even in the board discussion, that's where I like to spend my time. So a couple of notes about science, policy, and law from a sociologist's perspective. One is that science is a particular way of creating meaning in society. We reify it, and certainly professionals, like resource professionals, use it as a place to stand. But it is canonized by a set of conventions. And within that, the kind of knowledge that we produce, then we share some assumptions about in terms of its truthness. But it's constructed. I want to remind you that I'm trained as a biophysical scientist and as a social scientist. I believe in science. Second, law, I stand with Philip Selznick, one of the great sociologists of our time, who talks about law as the formalization of social norms. And in a rule of law society, that is not trivial. The process that it takes for us to create statutory law, but also policy, and in a progressive and populist state like Oregon's history, boards like yours create this law. Policy is this kind of middle ground where we create agreement about what it is we're going to do and what it is we're not going to do in the governance settings in which we act. And so what that means is that instead of bright lines, these things are drawn with magic markers. And the meaning that we share about them is always under construction. So here's some things that sociologists, resource sociologists can say for sure. You can disagree with me, I suppose. But I'm always asked whether we have anything to actually say, because when I get done with the kind of introduction I just gave you, it sounds like it's all relative. So what we know for sure is that what you hear about the issues that you're dealing with depends on who it is you hear from. And in the systems of governance that we have, you don't get to hear from everybody all the time. So there's always this question in a representative democracy of who it is we're hearing from and who it is we're not hearing from, as we try to divine the commonweal interests, which are our responsibilities in positions like yours. What I can say for sure is the work that you do is political work. And most of us didn't sign up for that. You know, most of us signed up to not do that. In fact, I think the reason I went into forestry was because, you know, I could heal the relationship between the humankind and the land without dealing with people. It sounded like a really good way to do that work, you know. We arbitrate differences. That's what small p politics is about. And in the American political economy, we do it both in the marketplace and in the political arena. Ours is a commercial republic. That's the way it's designed. And these are leaky systems. They are not separate. That makes it challenging for us, people in your positions, to kind of have a sense about where the public stands. Multiple arenas for doing this work, and they're not mutually exclusive. What do I mean by that? If I were giving a different kind of talk, I would talk to you about the 90,000 governments within the United States. One federal government, 50 states, a few odd territories, 573 federally recognized tribes. If you're doing your subtraction, there's still a lot of governments left. So there are about 27,000 general purpose local governments, counties, cities, towns. And then there are some 60,000 other governments, special districts. And that includes fire protection associations and a variety of other kinds of things that litter the landscape. And what that means is that there's not one place to do political work. There are many of them. And that's one of the reasons that things don't seem to stay settled. And then finally, one thing that I know that we can say for sure together is that agreement at one scale in society does not ordain agreement at another level. So if we create agreement in Wallowa County or in Deschutes, it doesn't mean that we're going to have agreement in Grant County or Multnomah County. Even more to the point, if we create agreement at the state level, there's no reason to believe that that will reflect the kind of agreement we would generate through good political work in one of those other junior arenas. If we went to Coos, we would not get the state recipe. That's called the ecological fallacy in science. But it's something that's hard for us to remember because we think we've done good work here. And then when we go out and talk to people in another part of the state, it turns out they aren't of the same mind. And that's this truth, is that wherever the community, wherever that polity is, and the governance structure that's associated with it, we have to actually do new political work to come to agreement. Okay. Was I almost okay with that? Okay. My charge is to talk with you a little bit about framing wicked problems, some ways to address decision-making in terms of the architecture of decisions, and then some ideas for how it is we come to agreement. This grows out of two things that I wrote. If you would like the long version of these, both of these are available. This one I co-wrote in 1994, Rural Resource Management, Problem Solving for the Long Run. The genesis of this are 3 chapters about decision makings. The first one is when you're in charge. The second one is when we're in charge. And the third one is when no one's in charge. And I've spent the rest of my life, since 1994, working in the arena where no one's in charge, or many of us are in charge. This was back in the days when I thought that mathematical modeling of decisions would help answer this. And I made a lot of money consulting on that basis, by the way. But it turned out that that wasn't the case. It turned out that what we really needed to do was address the value propositions that underlie the decisions that we make. This book is hot off the press. It's an accumulation of 3 authors that have spent their life doing the kind of work that I am. I'm one of them, and summarizes approach to what we describe as new public leadership. It's framed on the notion of new public governance, where we operate in a power-shared world, in a world in which we're chronically underfunded to deliver the public goods and services that society wants, and the list goes on. So there's a long version to this. A couple of things that come out of this that are worth looking at. One is, whoops, there it is. Publicness in politics. One of the characteristics about public service leadership, when you step into the Board of Forestry and fill these roles, you take on a public service leadership role. So it's more than your private life and your private role, and you know that. But it's important to remember that, and that publicness creates a messiness about the work that we would like to be tidy. Second of all, we spend a lot of time in this book talking about leadership and followership. What would leadership be without followers? And it's a reminder that in the work that we do, both in representation and in administrative positions, paying attention to what those around us need in order for them to follow is important. And finally, the book is chock full of a set of tools around conciliatory practices and prudential judgment. We actually have a website vehicle that actually makes these available in kind of two-page forms as tools for doing this kind of work. What's important here is that if you agree with the argument that I made when we started about there not being bright lines, it means that we send the people that do our work, like the staff at the Oregon Department of Forestry, into their world with direction, but with discretion. And so the question is, what do they pay attention to? I can tell you in reviews of large fires, an awful lot of the discussion ends up right around that point. The discretion that folks have in incident command structures to do the work that we ask them to do. And it's impressive how often they get it right. And then we spend a lot of time talking about when they don't. And so this book spends some time focused on that. And out of this, I want to draw some of the things that we address. First of all, that the new normal is a wicked problem world. And so I want to spend some time talking about that. And here are some different visions. For those of us that are trained with degrees in natural resources, you know, well, in my generation, we were still coming to terms with what ecology meant and the notion of webs rather than straight lines. And what I can tell you is that, well, that is now ubiquitous in natural resources to think about webs in terms of natural systems. We are just beginning to represent that in governance systems. So there's a new literature that's maybe 10 years old on network governance, for instance, that helps understand the kind of multiple potential patterns for authority in these shared powered worlds. So think about something like fire in Oregon's landscape. Who's in charge? Well, by the time we got that list put up, we would have, you know, a blackboard full of different folks that are in charge. Private landowners have some responsibility. Oregon Department of Forestry has responsibility. They have special responsibility with BLM because of an agreement. Forest Service has a different set of, the list gets large in a hurry. And so network governance takes that as a given, and we're beginning to theorize about what that means in terms of how we operate in that kind of world. At the minimum, wicked problems are by their nature multifaceted, and that's what the other one represents, a little pathway in this. You can think of wicked problems. The morning was a palette of wicked problems, from fire to implementing riparian rules or water quality rules, and here are a couple of others. Trust in government is always an interesting wicked problem, but you can make your own list. This is not a new idea. It's an idea that has a heritage. When people present scholarly articles about wicked problems, they usually start with Riddle and Weber, a couple of people writing and planning that says that they're inherently wicked, ill-defined, and reliant on political judgment. They're never solved, but must be resolved over and over again. Ackoff, who wrote on decision-making for years, says what decision makers deal with today are messes, not problems. Mess is a set of external conditions that produce dissatisfaction. And then Donald Schoen, who's one of my favorites, says policy is a swampy lowland where solutions are confusing messes incapable of technical solutions. Doesn't that sound exciting? It sounds troubling. So here's an illustration. This comes out of Gareth Morgan's effort to map the electrical power systems in Toronto. Here are these three characteristics. One is that wicked problems are polycentric. They're interrelated. You can't do one thing without doing many things. And the border is problematic. Again, one of the great gifts of most positive science is we get to have a clear boundary about the problem, its definition, and then we can approach it with a set of tools that we know about. The challenge with wicked problems is that before we get started, we have to figure out what the boundary is. And the boundary is problematic. Okay. This one of my colleagues, Doug Morgan, was elected to the Portland School Board, and he said, oh my God, that was a bad idea. You know, it turns out that the challenges that are faced there are not unlike the mix of problems that you face. And this is a map that we drew for one of his set of issues, where the school board was increasingly being asked not only to do education work, but deliver health services and social welfare services. And so the education focus, which is what he thought he was signing up for duty on, turned out to be obscured by a suite of other kinds of things. Like your time with the Council on Environmental Quality, where you think you sign up for Department of Forestry duties and forest policy with the state of Oregon. It turns out you're spending your time on water quality issues. Not surprising because they're closely related, but these problems leak. Networked, interdependent, polycentric, complex, indeterminate, and with high ambiguity. I want to unpackage those last ones in just a minute. John Gordon and Joyce Berry, in a little book they wrote about environmental leadership, started by talking about environmental problems. And what they said is that this is the world in which we act, long times to solution, complexity, weak or scattered science base. Let me come back to that. A need to integrate across disciplines, emotionally charged with uncertain and unintended consequences. And this is normal. This is normal. Okay, so from my perspective, here are some things that stand out. Complexity, economic, political, and social, as well as ecological. We can unpackage each of those, and I would be happy to spend some time on that. I've talked some about the political structure and the challenge of governance. Social structure is complex as well. One of my doctoral students was talking to me yesterday. She's working on capacity on rural communities and urban communities in the nonprofit sector. And after a year and a half of research, she's discovering that she needs to redefine rurality. I'm not quite sure what her answer will be, but it's clear that the tidy definition that she started with is not serving her purpose in terms of understanding the differences that she's seeing in those capacities. Interdependent, we've talked about this. One of the bedrocks of environmental and natural resource sociology is the notion that the landscape is humanized, that this is, that people are a part of the landscape and we can't separate those systems. Indeterminants. So John Gordon, who those of you who know him, is a scientist. John and I think maybe the first time I ever addressed the Board of Forestry, John was chair of forest science at OSU and I was running a research unit for Crown Zellerback. And we came to the Board of Forestry for the board to get on board with setting up a series of research cooperatives on things like nursery culture and tree improvement and alder. The potential of alder in the landscape. So that was a few years ago. John is still a scientist, and we have conversations about this with some regularity. One problem with betting on science is that science never catches up to the questions that we have in front of us. So it always takes us some time to frame it, put the science in place, do the science work, generate the results, interpret that, and there's always a lag time. That doesn't mean it's not valuable, it is. But it's never going to be enough and never going to be quite in front of us in terms of where we want to be. Also, quite often by its very nature, when we do analytic work, we decompose the whole and we look at a part of the problem. And then in policy terms, we ask you to put that all back together again and make judgments about the whole rather than the parts. So we have great data on 3 reaches of streams, one on the coast, one in the near Cascades, and one on the east side. And then we say, on the basis of that science, we would like you to make judgments about Oregon's landscape. It's not a bad thing to have that really good data on these 3 watersheds, but it's not going to get you to the place where you need to be. Also, quite often, because of the nature of how we do our work within disciplines, even when we do transdisciplinary work, it's quite often true that we leave a bunch of stuff out in order to be able to look at particular dynamics that we're interested in. And then we have to put those back into whole systems. So John and I are in agreement that even when we have robust science in an area, it's not complete. Ambiguity. I would like to spend all day on this. One of the challenges that we have in the world in which we do political work is that we have ambiguity about what we care about. We know from political science survey work that when we ask people questions about their preferences in different locations, in different social settings, we get modestly different answers. They don't, you know, they don't move from one end of the spectrum to another, but they move. They are contextual. And we know that whenever we do that kind of work, that people will give us answers, whether or not they can give us good answers or not. And when you do this kind of work, I think it was you, Jim, who said, you know, when we went to the field, we had some really good evidence and it was a good day. In our work, it's so important to go to the field so that we can look together at what it is and see what a change in shade percentage means in terms of what we visualize about that stream. In the abstract, we have one set of ideas. When we go out and look together, we actually have the potential to share an understanding about what that looks like. More importantly, the things of nature have multiple meanings at multiple times. I just built a wonderful fireplace mantle out of a piece of timber. I suspect, because of the vertical grain Douglas fir that was embodied in that piece of wood, that thing would have been a mighty fine big tree in another context in which some folks would have some different values ascribed to it. And I would probably ascribe some different values to that in a different place at a different time. So there are all kinds of reasons that we have difficulty coming to agreement and sustaining agreement over time. And part of it has to do with ambiguity. Okay. So questions for me? This is your time. I'm in your service. If there are things that you would like to ask me, please do. This is kind of a frame for wicked problems, a short introduction to it. It could be longer. I'd like to shift gears and I'd like to talk for a moment about some decision framing and why it is decision framing gets away from us so often in terms of how we think we should approach decision making. Is that fair? And Chair, you can tell me when it's time to quit. Maybe if I had 10 more minutes or so, that would be okay. See if we can't catch up a little bit. I've done a lot of work with decision making, and as I told you earlier, I actually did a lot of formal decision making and mathematical decision making, and we reduced that to back of the envelope techniques, and we've been working on those for some time since. And here's the genius of that. And that is that most of the work of decision making is not objective. I'm going to just let that sit for a minute. For some of you, that's heresy. For others, it sounds just right. You know, the problem with decision-making is people. And if we could just exclude people from the decision-making, then it would not be very problematic. But we have to let people in. So here's the model. Well, most of us are technical trained and depend on science to build our stock of knowledge. At its core, problem solving is subjective in nature. So this model is one that I'm going to spend some time drawing some pictures on. But what this says is that you have a set of alternatives across one side and criteria across another. Is this familiar? I mean, we use this regularly. And most of the time, we don't spend very much time thinking about what this says to us. So first of all, the choice statement, choose the best alternative, is subjective in nature. A priori, even when we're given legislative direction, it's subjective. Just because somebody else told us what we should do doesn't mean that it's preordained or it's somehow objective in nature. It has object-like qualities. And the more agreement that we have, the more of a social fact it begins to sound like. But a priori, there's nothing that says that we have the right decision statement. It's subjective in nature. How about criteria? We love to get those into measurement, you know, board feet or pounds of carbon sequestered, right? But those measures are just conventions that we've created to create empirical accounts for the things that we care about. Criteria are simply values reified. And the more agreement we have on them, the more object-like they are likely to appear. That is not very problematic for us. But they should always be something that we think about, and it shouldn't be surprising if they're contested. And that isn't even asking the question about which criteria are appropriate for the kind of problem that you're addressing. So what makes it on that list and what not, and what does it mean? So let's decide we're buying a car and we decide that fuel efficiency is important. So we decide to use a conventional measure, miles per gallon, and we decide that what we'll do is use the EPA sticker value of miles per gallon. What does that mean? Is that a good thing to have mileage go up or go down? It may be that if you're interested in carbon emissions, having that go up so that you have more miles per gallon is a good thing. If you're selling fuel, you might have a different view. It might be that you'd like that to go down so that you can sell more fuel. So even when we agree on the measure, we can disagree on the direction that has value for us. So that's pretty interesting. And most of the time, we try to reduce this number to a finite number, 3, 5, 6, 10, and something less than 112. And then we usually bundle them. And we use all kinds of conventions to cue us about what that bundle is. And just as a reminder, those are constructed. And if we have agreement about that construction, that shorthand can serve us well. But quite often, we are packaging up political disagreements in those bundles. And then when we get ready to discuss alternatives, we discover that we've bundled up some things that shouldn't be bundled up together. And then alternatives. A priori, is there any set of alternatives that's complete or sufficient? You know, other than the do nothing alternative. This is the place of great creativity, but it's also great subjectivity. And even if we have conventional alternatives that we have agreement about, there's a lot of room here. And there's room for invention of additional alternatives. So the final choice, when you get done with this, you have, if you're making a decision by yourself, what am I going to eat for lunch? You can have a set of alternatives and a set of criteria. And then you use sufficient information to make a distinction between alternative one, alternative A, alternative B on the criteria that are most interesting to you. And you get to embrace the decision. When you're doing this as a group, it's a little more problematic because when you get done with figuring out the effect of alternative A on criteria 1, then you have to come up with agreement within the group about whether, on balance, alternative one has enough virtues to override B. Now, I can tell you from my work in mathematical decision-making that we have some conventions. We can add weights to these, and then we can add importance to these, and we can multiply, and we can reject everything we learned in 8th grade about common denominators, because the color of a car and miles per gallon of a car have no common denominator except subjective expected utilities. And yet we do that kind of arithmetic all the time. I'm here to tell you that on significant issues, while that can sometimes provide some direction, like straw votes, it's really worthwhile unpackaging these. So is there anything about decision-making that's objective? What can scientists do for us? Well, one thing scientists can do, social scientists can help us understand what people care about, so they can work on the criteria side to find out whether you've got the right things on that side. They can help you understand how many and how much of which kinds of people where and when care about that stuff, so that you can get some information about that. The powerful place for science is in the interior of this matrix. So the effect of alternative A on criteria 1, that's wide open for conventional positive science.
Yes, and so we run into this problem, though, that then people argue about the effects rather than the values. So it's science in there, but the values haven't left the process.
No, I certainly have. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, but this is a place where you can do more and better science, and it can help you out, because you can see that pathway to effects. And quite often on those pieces, we actually have some good agreement about what the causal pathways are, which makes it more probable that we can actually create better determinations about what those pathways are. The problem is when we aggregate them again, the common denominator problem is they don't add and divide. They violate the mathematical rules. We have to do that work. We can't escape that work. All right. So I could spend a lot of time on this. A couple of things that I would like to suggest is that whenever you hear somebody say, because alternative A is better than alternative B because, there's a value statement hidden in whatever follows. However they express that, somebody's science report, whatever it is that comes after the because, there's a value statement under there. And in your position as policymakers, you should listen loudly for what it is that follows the because and see whether it's captured in the criteria. If it's captured in the criteria, then we can actually have a discussion about what those trade-offs are. And that's what we end up doing. Another thing is, and I'm stealing some of my colleagues' thunder here, is the power of and. At the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with adding another alternative that is a mixture of some components of the others. And you do that all the time when you negotiate about outcomes. But we can actually think about that as an architecture for improving what it is we think we're doing. Okay? So I'm going to shift from this, and we'll just skip on that. My colleague Marcus Engels says wickedness is the new normal for public leaders. I have a corollary to this. The rejoinder is that in a wicked problem world, leaders identify problem types for followers and make ordinary as many problems as possible. One of the great gifts of our world that's socially constructed is we routinize an awful lot of stuff that would be very problematic. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. So I was listening to the discussion this morning about the fire finance pickle that you're in. And there are parts of that that are wicked in nature. But there are parts of that that are ordinary in terms of staffing up to do the kind of billing that needs to be done. And that's really important work for us, to sort out the nature of the problem and then use appropriate techniques to address the challenges that are in front of us. That just sorting out is really an important thing to pay attention to in the challenging world that you work in. That there is an awful lot of what we do that has a routine to it. And if we can And if it's appropriate and we can put the problem in that box, then we have a lot of techniques to deal with that. And that's a gift for the people that you're charging with delivering public services, whatever those are. Okay. So, which direction is this going? All right. So I've already talked about some of this. So science-based decision, what does that look like in natural resources? Professor Gordon and I were talking about this just the other day, and we were reviewing the number of times that he or I have called for science assessment panels or been impaneled into science assessment teams, where the structure of these is that people in your position who have policy decisions to make lob over a doorway a set of concerns that you have, and then ask a panel of scientists to give you their best judgment on the canon of science that we accept. And that's a very standard procedure these days for dealing with this space in which there's wickedness in their nature, because science quite often doesn't have a study on point. Where they do, we use that. But increasingly, this notion of asking panels of scientists to make judgments about the world in which they work and what it is they know in service of policy questions. And thinking about that and how you use science assessment panels is worthwhile. Another is thinking about the architecture of the science that you support. As an old hand science manager and research manager, one of the challenges is always to make sure that we're doing enough science that we expect to fail, that we're out in front of some things that we know is not going to give us the results because it's too much on the frontier. We don't have a sharp enough definition. We're asking people to look at dynamics that are not well understood. And that's hard for us to invest in. And yet a portion of the science that we do needs to be there so that when we have new issues, we have a trace, a pattern of science starting. And another is to make sure that that science comes in ways that has high credibility. And there are a variety of different techniques for doing that. But thinking about the way we use science and making sure that we don't expect science to do political work for us is important. Okay, we've already talked about why field days work so well in decisional groups. And I wanted to spend a couple of minutes as we close on some tricks of the trade. I'm sure that you'll spend some time on this in your workshop tomorrow. These tricks of the trade come out of a short course that Steve Greenwood and I are teaching called The Foundations of Collaborative Governance. It's a graduate certificate course that we're teaching, combining the competencies of the National Policy Consensus Center with our Center for Public Service. So here are some tricks of the trade. Okay, pretty cool. All right, keeping track of what people care about. So I've told you about this, that little matrix. One of the cool things about that is that you can actually keep track of what people care about on the criteria side. And when I work with groups or chair groups like this group, I actually actively do that. I actually keep a running tally of things that I think I need to make sure are on the criteria list so that we can move forward together and do good political work. We still have to do the political work, but we can do it better if we actually know where the contest is. Okay, this is really important. 3 times this morning before I started speaking, I heard people talk about both sides. It's pretty easy for us to see ourselves in a both sides world. Both sides. The solution to climate change is cutting no timber. The solution to climate change is cutting timber. Both sides. Here's the trick. Bend the line. Instead of seeing it as a tug of war, put them orthogonally. Radically changes the room for outcomes. Radically changes the room for outcomes. Okay? I mean, you still may be stuck down here, but parties on this side have nothing to lose by letting people on this side go all the way up there, right? If you're stuck down here, You can go all the way out there. A little bit of room in this direction creates an amazing amount of decision space that you could never get to if you were in this tug of war or a teeter-totter or whatever you use for your war analogy. Radically transforms the decision space. The next tool of the trade, moving northeast. I grew up in New England, went to school at the University of Maine, so northeast is a good place to be. For those of us that were trained as surveyors, we know which direction northeast is, right? This is northeast, right? So every little increment that these folks move this way creates more space, and these folks move this way, creates more space. So if we can move northeast, we increase the room that will allow us to find solutions in which we have higher agreement. That's kind of cool. So anyway, tricks of the trade, bend the line, move northeast. Another is better solutions rather than best. If I'm correct, the wicked problems are never solved, but we have to readdress them over and over again. Rather than spending our time honing the best solution, the optimal one, the only one, the one that will solve everything, and we should work on a pathway that gets us along that direction towards better solutions. And as long as we're moving in that direction, we'll get a chance to come back on that pathway and do it again. And then finally, the power of and in solution finding. When you find yourself saying either or, ask yourself what it would sound like if you said and in the middle. What would the and solution be in the set of alternatives that you were in front of you? And quite frankly, sometimes that opens up design for new alternatives in that decision matrix. So let's say that we were interested in workforce development, and we were particularly concerned about doing that in ways that ensured that we had the technical capacity in the woods to do a range of forest treatments, from forest health to harvest. And solutions might look pretty different than whatever it is we're carrying around in our pocket. Okay, so I wanted to draw those because otherwise I spend a lot of time talking about them. And I think that that gets me pretty close. These are all tried and true. Again, I'll stop here, and I just want to thank you again for your service. I know the challenge that this work that you do represents, and I know that your service on this committee is voluntary. And I want to thank you again for stepping up and filling this role, which is so critical for Oregon and our forests. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes. There are times we find solution as an and solution. Frankly, with the hope that that's what we get.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't saying anything very profound. We're just saying sometimes we define the solution, the board does, by what we want as an and solution. I mean, honestly, I think of our state forest work that way. The question whether that, and then that creates the challenge to try to get there. But it is a wicked problem, I think, as many of the ones who get to us are.
So again, I was asked to kind of tee up this arena. I could also spend some time talking about the challenges of implementation in a power shared world in deference to policy agreement. Part of what you're reaching for there is just getting to an end solution isn't sufficient, particularly when we're chronically underfunded and we don't have the staffing and we don't, et cetera. And so in the new public governance world, one of the things that we spend a fair amount of time talking about is what it looks like when we're trying to implement these in across the political economy in a power shared world. So,
okay, we're going to take a very brief break, like target a 5-minute break to save a little time here. So that means Apple time, it's 10:55. For those of you who don't have Apple, you know.
Was that fun? So I'm going to shamelessly leave our Hatfield School promotional materials. You want?
Check test. Do I have to push this? Face like crazy.
Pretty much. Should be all right. Plus everybody's so loud, so we'll do one more.
Okay, this is Denise Locke. Can you hear it?
I can't, not over this.
Okay, but you can just hear me.
I can. I should say no. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this is the thing to move the slides forward.
Oh,
Okay.
now I can hear you.
Now you can hear me? Good.
All right, great. Sorry, I'm a check. Yes, they are. So, I think we're ready to go. You know, we need like your showrunner, so if you do need anything last minute, I will be over here. So, I am. You know,
Okay, we need to get back on, or back in action here. So our next item is following also in helping us, it really is the first part of the meeting we're having tomorrow with Denise Slash. So we appreciate your coming here as well.
Thanks for having me. My last name is Locke.
Locke.
It
Thank
means
you.
laugh in German.
I knew I'd probably get it wrong, whatever I did.
Everybody says it wrong, but thanks again for having me. If you can put up my slides, that would be great. Like Craig, I'm trained as a sociologist, but I was the founding director of the School of Public Policy at Oregon State University, which brought together a lot of social science disciplines who were really interested on looking at policy issues from the big P to the little p kinds of things. So I started my career at the Pacific Northwest National Lab. As you can imagine, a sociologist sat down in the midst of all of these nuclear scientists and energy scientists working on climate change in the early 90s. The problem then was trying to figure out whether or not the ozone hole was the cause of climate change. That is how long I have been working on climate change issues. But as Craig mentioned, the idea of wicked problems, climate change itself is probably the super wicked problems because it's connected to everything. And listening to the issues that the board is dealing with today, trying to think about, do you integrate it? The scientists laid down a challenge yesterday. They took their gloves off and they said, we're not messing around anymore. This is a catastrophe. It's a crisis waiting to happen. And I don't know if you guys saw some of the reports that came out earlier this month about sea level rise, about how conservative the issues it has been addressed in the climate models. And the idea that by 2050, which is 30 years away now, places like Vietnam will be gone, Miami will be gone, big coastal cities will be underwater. And it won't be in 2050 that they're gone. It's going to be over the next 30 years that they're going to be disappearing. And that's going to happen in the US and it's going to happen around the world. And for many people, as Brenda suggested earlier also, is that climate change is really a social justice issue, because the people who are going to get hurt are the people who are going to be least able to respond. We're going to be pretty lucky in the Pacific Northwest, I think, with the climate impacts. It'll be interesting to see how we adapt. I was asked to talk today about science and values and natural resource decision, and that's going to fit really well with what Craig talked about. One of the things that I've been working on over the last 25 or 30 years is trying to think about how do you resolve issues, or how do you find solutions when you're working on wicked problems. I wanted to start out with this idea of value. There's two basic and very different definitions of value. And one of them is what we think something is worth. What's the value? And we think of it as kind of an exchange for something. It might be worth money, it might be worth our time, it might be worth, are we willing to risk our reputation on it? But there is this sense that there is some worth in something. The other definition is what our principles are, what our values are, what our ideals are. And these things are different, but they're really connected. The interesting thing for me, if you guys are word nerds at all, the etymology of these words is totally different. The value as worth comes from Latin for valoir, which is valor, is the other way we think about that. And value as a principle comes from the German. So they're two different words, they come from two different sources, but in English, we use the same word to talk about the same thing. And sometimes what happens when we're talking about values, we get confused between, are we talking about the value of something as a worth, or is a value as our principles? I'm going to be focused mostly on value as the principle, and how do we think about bringing values into decision making. Our biggest real fear, at least scientists' biggest fear, is bringing values into decision making and into science so that it becomes normative. And this idea of normative science is really a bad word among scientists, and we want to avoid that. And Craig talked a little bit about that, is how do you frame your problems as non-normative, and how do you make sure that they're not preferencing one value over another. With wicked problems, we can think about normative science somewhat differently, in that we need to think about how do you bring in a wide variety of communities who all have different values and different experiences, different needs, different interests, and how do you bring those together so that you can start to articulate and achieve some kinds of common interests or common goals, common purposes. And so these are, again, two different ways of thinking about normative science, which I have to tell you right now, when we're working with wicked problems, we're working with normative science. That's what it is, but we can think about it in a slightly different way. So there are some ways of thinking about how you get beliefs into policies. And social scientists think about these different kinds of beliefs, from deep core up through policy to secondary beliefs. The deep core beliefs, this is research that's been done longitudinally around the world for national character. And the axes across the bottom are what are more important, survival values or self-expression values. So that's the continuum along the x-axis. And on the y-axis is secular versus spiritual kinds of values. So they do these longitudinal studies around the world, and they place countries in these different quadrants. And you can see where the US is there in that sort of self-expression values and sort of a spiritual setting. And that would be sort of the American character. And who our partners are Australia, Canada, New Zealand. That kind of makes sense, that those are people that we feel some affinity with. And of course, that would be a national deep core belief. And we probably, all of that have us in there somewhere, that there is some sense of that we're about self-expression, and that we're also about some kind of non-material value that we share. It's not religion, but it's some kind of non-material value that we all value, that we find important. And there I used value in the sense of worth. And I'll try and be careful about that because you see what happened is I use that word both ways. Policy, the other thing is these things don't change. These are very difficult to change. They're built into us, they're institutionalized, they're socialized, and they're very difficult to change. Policy core beliefs are more about those social justice issues, whose welfare counts, what's more important, the governance or markets, what's the proper roles of different parties, and where the causes are. These things are also pretty stable. These are also pretty difficult to shift. Secondary beliefs, now remember we're sort of moving up those belief structures. These are the ones that get really focused on a specific issue. They're about rules, they're about decisions that are getting made. And here's where you get the most flexibility in beliefs, is that these are often more open to negotiation. So when you're thinking about working with a big group of people, you don't want to go at either the core beliefs or the policy beliefs. Those are the ones that are going to get you in the ongoing battles. Whereas if you can focus on some of these secondary beliefs, you can start to think about moving northeast, as Craig put it. So that's one way to think about beliefs. Again, I want to reiterate what Craig was talking about with complex systems. And for me, the thing that makes these things so wicked is that they're dynamic. And what that means is they change and they never stop changing. Even us just having this conversation today changes what's going on with the Board of Forestry, because you're not going to be the same board tomorrow as you are today, because we're having these conversations, you're listening to what people are saying, and so it just keeps moving. It keeps moving, and the task of the leaders is to keep up with that movement. So the other thing is that there's uncertainty that just comes at every single point, at every single level. And so what happens is this sense of normality is really changed. And while Craig said that wicked problems are the new normal, that may be true, but we have to redefine what normal means then, I think, because we have to think about what does it mean to have highly uncertain and high stakes kinds of problems that we deal with. So when we think about sciences for wicked problems, we can think about it on two different axes. One is the system's uncertainty, how uncertain are the issues that we're dealing with, and how important are the stakes. So if you look down in the, what would be that, the southwest corner, we're looking at normal science, we're looking at applied science, where we can put a boundary around what we're interested in. And the decision stakes of any single research project are pretty minimal, aren't they, Brenda? I mean, we find ourselves as scientists putting little bricks in a very large wall, and most of it doesn't mean anything. As we move out, we move into a different kind of science that Craig mentioned, which is some of those assessments. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is actually professional consultancy. It is not normal science. It's people coming together, scientists coming together along with policymakers to come up with a consensus on what we know and what we don't know. And so as we move into these more uncertain systems, we're moving more and more into that kind of meta-analysis or trying to figure out, get a consensus among experts. And the experts don't have to be scientists. They can be policymakers, they can be managers, they can be community members. We're trying to get more of a consensus on what we know. That does not mean that we leave the normal science behind. We bring that with as we move into the professional consultancy. As we go out even further, and this is where I'm going to say a lot of this is where wicked problems reside, is way out there in what we call post-normal science. And that means we rely on applied science, rely on professional consultancy, but we moved into something completely different. And what the primary difference is with post-normal science is that we bring in a very extended peer community. All of a sudden we have to rethink who the experts are. They're the people who live on the land. One of the things that I tell my climate modeling folks is that People who have century farms in Oregon, they collect data about temperature, precipitation, first freeze day, last freeze day. They collect exactly the same kind of information that climate scientists put in their model, but they do it on a very specific level. They are experts on climate change on their land because they have at least 100-year record, which is more than some climate modelers have. I shouldn't say that out loud, but they have 100 years of record of how the weather has changed and varied on their property. They are experts. They are knowledgeable. And those are the kinds of people that have that kind of experience and knowledge that need to be brought into addressing these high stakes, high uncertainty problems. And then I also have this here be dragons. Remember on the old time maps? We're not sure what's out there. We're not sure what's there, but it's probably pretty scary at this point. So we want to think about what the characteristics of post-normal science, and one of them is, as Craig said, is we usually need a decision before the science gets done. The science is always lagging behind, and sometimes the problem itself shoots up the research questions. And then sometimes it changes the research questions in the midst of the research project because the decision framework is moving much faster than science can. There also needs to be a real difference in the level of transparency that you have about what you're doing, why you're changing your mind, why you're using things, why this is credible, why it's not. We also have to really start to manage those uncertainties, and there are lots of tricks for doing that, and Craig talked about some of them. I think one of the things, and this is sort of this idea of what a better solution is, the goal is of this kind of post-normal science is usable knowledge. Knowledge that we can use to make a choice for moving forward. And it's unlikely to be a best, an elegant, or a single solution. I'm working with the city of Spokane now to help them do a vulnerability assessment to climate change. And I was working with some county people and they said, well, are you gonna give us a number? A number for what? Well, I can tell you, we can give you a range for how much the climate is. I mean, the temperature is likely to go up, but what difference does that make to Spokane? I mean, you have to integrate that scientific information with what difference does it make or what impact does it have in the local community. But most of us are looking for those elegant solutions. We're looking for a number, we're looking for an answer. The problem is with wicked problems and in post-normal science, there's nothing like that. And again, we're looking at that extended peer community. So I want to talk about 3 different approaches that I've been experimenting with, that we've been trying out, that we've been working with, and ODF has been one of the subjects of some of this work. So we're trying to think about these 3 different approaches, and I'll talk about them each briefly. The first is this idea of totally different kinds of science away from disciplinary science, which would be that interdisciplinary science that many of us are trained in, moving toward multidisciplinary, where we bring lots of people together. The economists come in the room with the biologists, and we have a fireworks, whatever. Then we had this cross-disciplinary, we moved into interdisciplinary, and now we're talking about transdisciplinary. The National Science Foundation is looking for us to do transdisciplinary research. I have no idea what transdisciplinary research is, because trans means cross-disciplinary, right? And so that's what they're asking us to do, is for us to work across disciplines and have problems that are identified across disciplines. And that's one way to start thinking about these wicked problems, is how do what I know as a sociologist or as a policy person affect what a computer scientist knows about data manipulation, or what a biologist knows about invasive species. I mean, so how do we bring those things together? It's also kind of a-disciplinary, which is where it makes me a little nervous, because I'm trained as an intradisciplinary scientist. I like there to be some kind of boundaries around things. So here's this idea of transdisciplinary, that it sort of is transcending disciplinary boundaries. It's getting rid of them. It's sort of bringing in interdisciplinary with that extended peer group. Remember, we were talking about post-normal science. We want to bring in policymakers to science. You know, how would you even use the information that a climate scientist generates? Well, you can't, for the most part, because it doesn't fit into your decision routines. It doesn't fit into the requirements from the legislature. So bringing those experts into the production of new climate science is really critical for the science to ever be usable. So that's an example of transdisciplinary. It's also trying to find solutions, multiple solutions to wicked problems, and it's trying to take all of this knowledge that we're generating through science and expertise and experience into some kind of coherent whole and knowledge and approach about the world. It is a huge, that is a huge barrel of stuff to carry in some kind of planning of research or solution solving. Another approach is something that I'm working with folks in Europe and North and Latin America around something that we call clumsy solutions. And this is sort of accepting that people perceive the world in very different ways. And what looks like a solution to me looks like a problem to you. And so how do we address that? And so how do we bring those things together and create a solution that looks like, this win-win-win-win-win or whatever we call it. Clumsy solutions, people don't like that name. I kind of like it because it feels a little humble. Most planners, most policy people want elegant solutions where they can put the answer on the table, they can give people marching orders, they can go out and the problem is solved. As you all know, that's not how it works with wicked problems and sort of this post-normal world that we operate in. So we have to think about how do we get all of these different messinesses in there. You're hearing a lot of common words between what Craig and I do. We work a lot with messes, trying to find solutions for messes instead of problems. So this sort of cultural stuff is based on work by anthropologists who again are thinking about what are the different approaches that people have to the world. And on the horizontal axis, it's really about how important do you think the individual is compared to the group? So where do you fall on that continuum? Where are decisions best made? Are they best made by individuals or are they best made socially? And on the vertical axis is how much external imposition or rules or procedures are there on the choices that you make? So those are the two axes. So we put those together and we get these different ways of seeing the world. And let's start in the northeast corner because that's one of Craig's favorite places to start. And these are people who think that there are rules. There are rules out there. There are choices. There are impositions that are called institutions or whatever. And they also think that the group is a good place for decisions to be made. And so they're hierarchists. Hierarchists believe that there are rules, that there are hierarchies of decision makers, that there are procedures that we can follow. Personally, I'm a hierarchist. I feel comfortable in an organization where I know the hierarchy, I know what the rules are, I know what the procedures are, I know where I can fight my battles. If I go diagonally, across from me are people who are individualists, who believe that all decisions should be made at the individual level and there should be no external imposition on that. And in fact, there isn't. I don't believe in any institutional controls on my choices. Politically, we also call individualists libertarians, that they're really all about the market, they're about individual choice, and they're all about stay out of my hair to government. Across from the individualists are egalitarians. These are the people who are really all about consensus. They're really about thinking about what's good for the group. They're also not really interested in any kind of traditional or historic, institutional or social control. They're all about creating something new every time. I think of these people as sort of kumbaya consensus seekers. They talk and talk and talk. Diagonally across from them are people who say there's a lot of institutional external imposition on my choices and I'm all out there in the world by myself and there's nothing I can do that makes a difference. Now, some interesting things about this is that people have more affinity with the people who have belief systems or structures that are diagonal to them. As a hierarchist, I'm much more comfortable with working with individualists. than I am with working with egalitarians, because egalitarians just frustrate the heck out of me because they just do not want to make a decision. Whereas the egalitarians don't want to work with me and they don't want to work with the individualists, because we're just all about like finding a solution and moving forward and setting up a structure and putting somebody in charge. The other thing is that we find is that the fatalists usually drop out of discussions. They throw up their hands and they say, there's nothing we can do about it. If we're lucky, they leave. If we're unlucky, they stay and they keep throwing up their hands and saying, there's nothing we can do about it. The other interesting thing that we found about this is that people tend to find themselves occupations and workplaces that reflect these very similar values. So if you're in a workplace, or if you're working for an organization or a nonprofit or an academic setting that doesn't share these kinds of worldviews, you're usually an outlier. You're usually a misfit, and you're usually not very comfortable. So I'm an academic, and boy, there's a lot of hierarchy in an academic academia, and I feel comfortable there. There's rules. I think that's probably true in an agency. There's lots of hierarchy, there's lots of rules. People who don't like that don't stick around. First, they make a lot of fire and whatever, but then they leave. So it's kind of interesting. The issue there, of course, is that we're usually around people who see the world in the same way that we do. And so we sort of get caught into these ideas that, of course, everybody's a hierarchist, because I am, and everybody knows that's the right way to think. So the other thing is that some environmental scientists have also said that these attitudes are also connected to the way we think about nature. So hierarchists really see that nature is kind of tolerant. If we can manage it, and we can manage it, we can keep that little ball, which we think of as the environment, of going over one of those mountaintops and toppling off the edge. And our job as hierarchists is to manage keeping that environment in that safe place. And so we create a lot of regulations and policies and ways to do that. Cross-diagonally, the individualists see nature as really benign, and it doesn't really matter what we do to it. It will always respond. And in some level, that's really true. Nature will always do what it does. But we do, as a hierarchist, I believe that we do have an impact on it. As a individualist, they don't see it quite that way, is that we can do whatever we want. We can knock it around and it will repair itself. The communitarians, egalitarians, on the other hand, see nature as very delicate. And if we're not really, really, really careful, it will get knocked off and fail. And so you can start to think, and then nature capricious, the fatalist said, it doesn't matter what we do, nature's going to do what it wants to do, and I don't have any control over it. So you can think about having people in a room trying to make decisions who bring in these very different ways of seeing who they are in the world and how the environment reacts to human responses. So we've tried to take these ideas of these different approaches into different policy situations. And one of the places we worked was down in San Juan Capistrano many years ago, before climate had any kind of real effect on water. There was already water shortages down there. So we were trying to think about how can we take this clumsy solution idea and bring it into play in a place like San Juan Capistrano, which was under a lot of water stress. It's yet even more, but there's a silver lining to this one. So they created a conservation rate structure at the time, which was pretty unique, but it's pretty common now. Everyone in San Juan Capistrano got a base rate for a very minimal amount of money for water. This is a rich Orange County, California community, so that base rate included enough water for one swimming pool. Okay, so that was their base rate. Okay, after that, any more water that you wanted for a bigger garden, for a second pool, for a waterfall or whatever, the rate increased. Okay, so you can see, first of all, there was this response to the communitarians is everybody should get the base of what they need. For the libertarians, it was really interesting in that if you want more and you can afford it, you can pay for it and you can have it. So there was all that sort of built in that. Now, for the hierarchists, what was really interesting is they put information on the water bills, not just for yourself, but for your neighbors. So you were watching what your neighbors were using for water. And so all of a sudden there's all this pressure and there's all this measurement and there's all this like ranking in the community who's using the most water. I mean, you can think about what hierarchists did, right? They had a field day. Guess what? Water use, water demand use in San Juan Capistrano went in a way that the economists said were impossible. But there was, because everyone sort of had their needs met. The egalitarians, everybody who needed water had water. The libertarians who wanted more water could afford it, who could have it, and the hierarchists could have a field day with data and hierarchies and management. They were all happy, and they're still doing fine down there, even when drought hits California and fire. So we were trying to, again, I already went through that, but we were trying to think about how do you get these clumsy solutions. A lot of communities now use rate structures, different differential rate structures, so that's become quite common over the last 20 years. But some of this other stuff is not quite as common yet. So we think about what are some clumsy solutions for climate change, which is the super wicked problem. So we think about, for the individualists, we're thinking about technical solutions that address problems everywhere. So you're thinking about geoengineering kinds of solutions where they're talking about seeding the clouds or putting up big sky umbrellas or whatever they're thinking about. Is there some way to create that kind of structure that will allow me to keep doing whatever I do, but we're going to manage the greenhouse gas emissions some way. For the egalitarians, there's this whole idea of adaptation and this idea that we're going to change production, consumption, and there's all that kind of talk about adaptation that's happening at the very community level. And all of that is going on right now. And on the hierarchists, you have all this sort of carbon emission control. I mean, even just talking about what's going on in here, you can see all of those different kinds of approaches trying to have some way of coming together for a solution for a wicked problem that looks like climate change. Thinking about how do you address the desires or the needs or the expectations of people with very different worldviews, very different perspectives. And there probably are some ways to move forward on this. So the third way that we're working on is this whole idea of co-production of knowledge. And this is where we're out there on that post-normal scientist, where we're trying to get groups of people together to try and create data that they can turn into information, that they can turn into knowledge that they can use. And that's why I'm defining knowledge. It's information that you can use. It's not just data that's generated by a model or by a scientist. So we have community members who want to participate, start at the very beginning. They help frame the problems, they identify the acceptable methods, what the sources of evidence, they help interpret the data within local context, and then they develop workable solutions for that local community. And then the people who are participating disseminate the information to the broader community. So there is this really sort of circular process where we're iterating back and forth. We've done this with several communities in Oregon and Washington. We're working right now with Spokane and also with the Mid-Coast watershed basin to try and think about how do you develop adaptation to climate change. So this is one Knowledge to Action network in Idaho, which was in the Bigwood Basin. At the top of the basin is Sun Valley. And it's very high-end resort. I mean, people have not just second homes there, but they have their third homes and their helicopters and their jets there. And at the bottom of the valley is low-value agriculture, mostly grazing, some crop raising, but there's this huge gradient of land use and economic sort of kinds of structures in place. The problem there is, like the rest of the West, the climate change is really affecting snowpack. And snowpack, if you're at Sun Valley, that's really, really critical. So they have invested a lot of money in snowmaking machines. And so they're pumping snow up into those mountains because people are paying hundreds of dollars to ski at Sun Valley. the farmers were watching that going on and saying, you know what, that's our water. I mean, what are you doing to it? And so there got to be this big tension in this area where you had these very rich people flying in, utilizing resources, and people were trying to make a living there. So we brought them together and tried to think about how do you create a solution or help them think about gathering information that they could use as knowledge. So we started by forming a research agenda around the needs of the stakeholders. And you guys have been in these meetings, but believe it or not, that model in the lower right-hand corner, that is a wicked problem. And that is how the community defined what was going on in the Big Wood Basin. We did not set that up. This is what it looks like when we cleaned it up a little bit, but you can see even just the issues that they identify are not at any kind of equitable scale. Not only that, many of them cannot be answered with a research question or a research issue. So we helped them develop research questions that we could do some research on, drivers of change, how they would affect the quantity and the quality of water, where water scarcity is most likely to occur, and what policies would be most effective in managing this. We tried two things. We brought people together to address the key questions, including stakeholders and water managers and state agencies and some federal folks together. And we ask these kinds of questions. Are the right people in the room? How do we get the kind of data that we need? Because remember, we're not generating our own data. We're going to use what's out there. And then we created a webinar series for people to get up to date on some of the things that they needed to know, including climate modeling, which when you're working on climate change, this is always a big stumbling block. So the first thing we did is we helped people in the community understand what the different climate models said about climate change in Idaho. And as a group, they identified 3 of the models as best representing what might go on in the Big Wood. So that was a decision they made together, and we rolled out everything from that decision. Those are the ones that are circled. One of them predicted a hot, dry future, another predicted a warm, wet future, and another model predicted low change. So these were these climate models that we spent billions of dollars on. This was just for this area in Idaho. Those are the ones they selected. So the next thing we did is we took some decision support tools, and we started out with 2 methods. We did a systems dynamics model, and then we did a spatially explicit modeling process. The first thing is they modeled the system dynamics in their water basin above and below their reservoir. And the community did this. These were not scientists or engineers that did this. They had help from scientists and engineers, including the USGS and the Bureau of Reclamation. And they were able to draw this up. And when they got done, they said, it doesn't give us the information we need to make the decisions that we want, because it only focuses on water flow in the basin. And there were all these other things going on that they recognized as part of their wicked problem. So then we shifted over to this spatially explicit modeling platform that integrated the natural system, the human system, and the regional downscale climate model into a big model that was basically looking to see what was going on in the basin. Well, we also said we need to think about what are some alternative scenarios. And this is a community said, let's look at the economic base. Is it going to be agriculture? Is it going to be tourism? And is it going to be highly managed, or is it going to be less managed? So we had these 4 different approaches that went into the model to see how each of these approaches affected the outcome. And then we ran them by those 3 climate models. So all of a sudden we have 12 scenarios. And it's sort of like, okay, we have 12 scenarios. And guess what? We had information, we had data, we had information coming out of our ears. No one, literally, no one knew what to do with it. So the next step, we said, what's most important to us? What, as a community, what were the storylines? So we stepped back from all of the high tech and the sciencey kind of language and said, what are the stories that are most important to this area? And it was temperature, snowpack, and water demand. That was it. And so we went and we created these storylines that had a take-home message about what's going to happen with, what's this one? Snowpack. What's going to happen with snowpack over the next 100 years in the Big Wood Basin? Key features, key points, what data, lots of sources. And these were all created by the community members, for the community members, who then went on to talk to the wider community about what they found about the impact of climate on the Big Wood Basin. So I think some of the lessons that we've learned through this idea of transdisciplinary, clumsy solutions, co-production of knowledge, is it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. And people drop in, they drop out, they drop in, they drop out. But it takes a lot of time, and you just have to be knowing that that's what's going to happen. We also found that bringing in local expertise, local sources of data, really increased the legitimacy of the findings. And by increasing the legitimacy of the findings, we reduce the arguments about what, when, if, who's to blame. All of that sort of just gets hashed out in the co-production of the knowledge that they need to use. We also have a whole lot to learn about how do you communicate really complicated information, and how do you do that. So other projects that I have working on are how do you visualize data so that people can see it on the landscape. I mean, this is where it really gets down when you're looking at these complicated problems, especially like in the forest where topography, for example, is a real issue. How do you display that on a two-dimensional graph so that people understand that there's differences in different places? So I think about, when we think about decision-making for wicked problems, and we're thinking about how we work on this together, is that we need to think about how do you extend the peer community to the people who want to be involved. When we think about the public, when social scientists think about the public, we think about the involved public. These are the people who show up at your meetings. They're the people who write the letters, and you really want to pay attention to those people. The next group are the attentive public. They're paying attention, but they're not necessarily showing up until they get mad or something really happens, and they're informed. So then you have a larger group of people out there. And then you have the people who aren't informed, aren't involved, and don't care. And so you can maybe set those aside and think of those as the fatalists, and concentrate on how do you make sure that the involved and the attentive public are getting the kind of knowledge or data or information they need to understand what it is going on in the agency. There's lots of ways to involve the public. ODF has done many of these different things, tried them out at different times. I was reminded, you were talking about climate refuges or species. I mean, Ross McDonald and Gail Achterman and I did a project for ODF many years ago to try and think about how do you create salmon refuges on the state forests. And we tried this clumsy solution model. It didn't work. And that's the thing that I want to tell you. There's no guarantee that it's going to work, because the problem was wicked and it changed. It changed even as we were working on this 1-year project that turned into a 2-year project, where all the issues changed from day 1 to day 366. And we were basically holding a bunch of time and resources up in the air. I think the other thing is that this real awareness that there's different ways of seeing the world. We know that. I mean, we know that intuitively, but is there some way to say, oh, he's thinking like a hierarchist. She's thinking like a libertarian. And so what is it that you're hearing from them? And what you're hearing are their values. And they can frame it anyway, as Craig was suggesting, is that when you hear people, hear their values and the way they frame things and how you do that. And this is one way to do that. It's, whoa, whoa, like that. I think the other thing is this whole idea of collaborative governance, is that we're really moving towards that at every level. I have PhD students who are looking at collaborative governance at the federal level, which is a real ball of nastiness, but we'll figure it out. And the other thing I want to say is these collaborative solutions, these clumsy solutions, these things where you're doing this extended peer community, they really seem to have moral force and political influence in a way that a decision made by an agency or by an individual don't. And so while they may only be local forces, they may be solutions that can hold you in place for a while. Clumsy or wicked questions?
really have a question. I just think it was a great presentation. Thank you. I really appreciate the whole concept about multiple legitimate perspectives, and you really emphasize the value of people with local knowledge and all of that, as well as the scientists. And I think it's very easy for us to forget that. So thank you.
Well, I don't think the public lets you forget it, do they? Not for long.
That's our experience most every day we meet.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Certainly, certainly. Well, I have found myself, after 20 years of owning a ranch, that I have been there now a few times recently in front of some sort of scientific presentation, and I'm that old guy saying, but that's not what I'm seeing here on the ground. So.
And I do think that local knowledge is really critical, because science is abstract. I mean, it tries to abstract and it moves away from what's happening on the ground. And so we lose all of that knowledge about what landowners or employees or people who work on the land know about it. The trick is, how do you get all that information into the decision process? And so what are the practices and systems that you put in place to do that?
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So next, the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response Review. Matt Donegan is here, and we have had, obviously, involvement in this from the outset. Nils is on the council, Peter and his folks have been actively involved in this, but I think it's be really helpful for us to kind of get where we are now and what's next, and especially as it relates to the department and the board. Welcome.
Is this good? Okay. So Chair Imison, thank you for inviting me, and State Forester Darty, thank you as well. I don't know exactly the protocols here, as you can tell from the way I dressed.
Well, you can see we're a
pretty formal group.
Well,
yeah.
It's a, yeah.
So I'm hoping to leave plenty of time for discussion, Q&A. This is a group and an effort that deeply involves ODF, and so I tried as best I could to describe what the council's doing, but also identify some specific areas of relevance to the agency, and also leave plenty of time for questions and answers. So if there's anything that I fail to address, please stop me along the way. So I'm going to cover a few items. Number one is just give some background on the council itself, talk a little bit about where we are in terms of findings and recommendations. We don't have formal voted, approved recommendations at this point, but I can give you a sense of kind of where the conversation sits. Again, identify some implications for ODF, and talk a little bit about what we're identifying in terms of next steps. So with that, I'll start with the background. So I guess maybe before I do that, I think it would be appropriate to thank ODF, because ODF has been the key staff agency along with the state fire marshals, but I think ODF in particular, and I wanted to say thank you to the board and to the agency for I think the extraordinary amount of support that's been given, and I want to start that with Peter, State Forester, and also particularly call out Travis Medema and Bobby Doan and Chad Davis as being just absolutely instrumental, and what I think is a kind of turning out to be a pretty high quality product. And I don't think it would have been at all possible without the real strong commitment and leadership. And I would also extend that to Nils in terms of board representative. Just stepping back to the executive order. The executive order was, I think, signed on January 30th. So seems like years ago. And this was established by the governor specifically to ask the council to look at issues of sufficiency, sustainability. I think there's a common recognition that times have changed. And the question is, are we set up for success? Do we have a sustainable model? Do we have sufficient resources? And I think specifically the value add or the value proposition of the council, we try to be fairly disciplined and say, we're not an agency. There's lots of people looking at natural resource issues and actually doing a pretty good job of that. So that's not really what our role is going to be. It's more to provide perhaps the space to do more of a strategic kind of scrub and assessment, to take a look at long-term trends as perhaps an outsider can, and to make recommendations around, again, sufficiency and sustainability. So we're trying to shape up recommendations actually in real time. Bobby was just still editing our report here, which will be going out any day now. We're looking ahead to the 2020 and 21 sessions, and then also looking at implications for the, with regard to federal policy, working with the delegation, Western Governors Association. One of the real key concepts that's really, I think, energized this council from the beginning is a recognition that wildfire is a statewide issue. It affects every Oregonian. And I think perhaps maybe requires a bit of rethinking on the part of many of us. So we really very proactively established the council to be a big tent, and to include perhaps stakeholders that haven't seen themselves as stakeholders in the wildfire debate. And so you'll take a look at the membership of the main council. It does include firefighters, and it does include forestry, and perhaps folks that you would more readily identify. It also includes folks like roofers, folks that breathe the smoke, tenants' rights, folks that are vulnerable populations, susceptible to climate change and susceptible to this aspect of climate change. It has representation from counties, cities. We have, I think, strong representation in terms of infrastructure. It's obviously a very key theme with regard to wildfires, protecting infrastructure. So we have Port of Portland representing transportation. We have water, and we have power and transmission lines. So I think it's been a bit of an experiment. To gather a group like this, again, with a very steep learning curve, but trying to identify the downstream stakeholders of the wildfire issue. And having said that, given the group of generalists and the steep learning curve, we also had experts. And so we have, I think, a very strong ex officio representation, including state legislators, but you can see various agencies, including Peter, including Dean of the Forestry School, Nils from the Board of Forestry. And so I would say a very broad representation. Also, our federal partners have been extraordinary in this effort. Forest Service and BLM really deserve a tremendous amount of credit. And then I'd say beyond that, to our committees, where we have real expertise. So we try to balance kind of fresh thinking folks to recruit new champions, but also to blend that with real expertise. We also wanted to employ best practices, and so under Peter's advisement, we chose to work within the framework of the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with this. So you look at the three main elements of the cohesive strategy, and around that we formed a committee structure. And so if you maybe start to the right, we had a suppression committee, you see in the middle, a mitigation committee, and then under fire adapted communities, frankly, we could have had 20 subcommittees, because when you really look at the tentacles and how far reaching this is, we started off with 3: health, land use, and emergency recovery. Emerged utilities along the way. In hindsight, we probably should have thought about that from the beginning. But again, there's just so many ways that this affects communities. And I would just say the response has been tremendous. Generally speaking, we didn't get a lot of no's along the way. I think this is a real, a high priority in the state, and we asked many folks to contribute and got tremendous participation. 20 main council members, 20 ex officio members. You see the mitigation committee, a very sprawling committee, lots of interest there. Suppression big, and adaptation recovery at least 30. So I think well north of 100 folks that have been involved, probably a dozen-ish state and federal agencies. And we will, as of Friday, we'll had 9 meetings. I don't even know how many committee meetings. 20 is probably on the very low side. We've had 5 committee reports, special reports, and I think the recommendations that are going to come out of this will number north of 50. So it's been a very big effort, worthy of the cause. It's been a sprint, for covering so much material. You can see again the 9 meetings scattered across the year. I'd say the early stages were a lot of education, bringing in experts, hearing a lot of testimony. The committees were working along the way, giving us previews of their thinking, getting council feedback. And here lately, it's been a process that's been pretty much dominated by getting reports out. And so there's been a lot of writing for many of the folks here in the room. So I'll just kind of pause there in terms of background before I kind of get into some of the findings, recommendations. Any general questions?
Yeah, Matt, thank you for what you've done. This is great. Did you have any really surprise learning from some of those stakeholders, those roofers and stuff? Were there things that were surprising to you in that general counsel?
Yeah, I would say, in a group exercise like that, you really never know who's going to step up and what perspectives are going to be, particularly important. And I would say, the level of engagement across the council has definitely exceeded expectations. Folks that are bringing specific perspectives, I think the property insurance perspective has been kind of new for everybody in the room. And so I think we've learned a lot. I think we're actually going to have some very interesting recommendations on that front. I would say the same thing with utilities. Very strong council member there. But I would just say the general level of critical thinking and folks kind of getting out of their own area of expertise and engaging. So I think there's just been a tremendous amount of cross-pollination and so forth. And I think, again, we started off in a bit of a siloed process to kind of build a body of work. But here over the last several months, it's been just a tremendous amount of integration. And I would say that in general, the experiment of kind of bringing in this big tent with a lot of newcomers, I think it's worked well, and I think it's exceeded expectations. And I think the other thing, Joe, is just my own knowledge base using this cohesive strategy. It's just a very effective framework, and I think it's a very good body of work. And I know it's allowed me to come up a pretty steep learning curve in a short amount of time. Any other questions? Or Nils, I don't know if you want to. So again, the findings and recommendations, this is going to have to be caveated as being still, preliminary and not official. But I guess, again, you step back in the most basic question, and, are we on a sustainable path? Are the resources sufficient? And I think, the general feeling is no. There has been a change. A lot of the systems, organizational designs and so forth that were put in place kind of predate this current era. Before a lot of the effects of climate change that continue to manifest year to year, before population growth, and you just look at the population growth, and how much, the state's doubled in population in the last 50 years, quadrupled in the last, 70, 80 years. And also just, I think, just the amount of fuel accumulation across the landscapes. And so a lot of what we're doing today was designed, before these contributors. Likewise, systems built before a lot of the opportunities evolved. You know, this is not just a complete doomsday, you know, report. Tremendous advancements in fire ecology science, tremendous advancements in forestry practices, just overall technology. You know, I think suppression technology is, you know, just really gee whiz. But I would also say, you know, our ability to model risk scenarios and so forth. Collaboratives are an obvious example of real progress. You know, I think Oregon is a leader in that regard. Building materials in terms of fire-safing homes, you know, employing best practices in terms of codes, and then just overall, I think there's just been a lot learned, and we continue to learn about living with wildfire. And then also a lot of the systems were built before a lot of these needs had really started to demonstrate themselves. A lot of, you know, the needs around rural revitalization, you know, the benefits of green jobs, you know, putting boots on the ground in these rural communities. A lot of the needs around climate change mitigation and using our natural resources to sequester carbon. And then a lot of the needs that are really, you know, been identified around ecosystem restoration. A lot of the really great work from the Nature Conservancy and other leaders that have really demonstrated just how far departed we are from historic norms. And then, you know, just overall, you know, systems were built before the recognition around threats to social, ecological, and economic values. I mean, you know, take a look at issues around firefighter safety. I think a lot of, frankly, the ODF reports that talk about the overtime hours and the firefighter fatigue, I mean, it's pretty alarming. You know, health risks around smoke and fire. You know, social justice unto itself is just an enormous body of work. When you think about all the implications here, you know, some of the more obvious implications around making sure our vulnerable communities are protected from smoke and protected from fire. And you think about Paradise and, you know, just what happened to the vulnerable communities there. But also social justice in terms of putting, you know, putting people back to work in these rural communities, creating, you know, family wage jobs. And then you start even thinking about how are we going to pay for all this, and let's make sure that we don't inadvertently create, you know, funding mechanisms that are regressive in nature. You know, as you put surcharges on water and power and things like that, you know, you have to be really mindful about who's paying for that. So you think about the direct financial costs, it's actually fairly quantifiable, but the broader costs, you know, this red item down here below, you see there's an emerging body of work around here. What's the comprehensive costs of undesirable wildfire? You know, and it's a pretty big range, but it's, you know, one common theme is it's far beyond just the direct suppression costs that you read about in the newspapers. You know, in certain areas, you know, I think that, you know, the Minneapolis Federal Reserve estimates, you know, up to 50x. I think there's average studies that show 11x, whatever suppression costs are. So you start really, you know, thinking about that. And again, a lot of the systems were put in place before these, you know, knowledge gains. So what the council has endeavored to do is ultimately find, you know, the right strategy or strategies, you know, to live with wildfire, you know, save human lives, starting with firefighters, but extending to the public, as well as human health, protect homes and buildings, place an emphasis on human values, again, promoting social justice, ecosystems, you know, removing excess fuels, create green jobs, and ultimately revitalize rural communities. So, you know, a lot there is dealing with threats, and a lot of there is capturing opportunities. So that's what we saw as the task ahead. So in terms of the findings, and again, these are preliminary, I think it's somewhat useful to go back to that question, are we sustainable, are we sufficient? And so, you know, a way to organize this is to, you know, look at things that are working and continue the course. Look at things that aren't working, that perhaps require a more moderate course adjustment. And then to think about that third group, which is, you know, where are the significant course corrections? And obviously this is what's always on the mind of the governor, on the mind of the legislators. All right, what are the real priorities? What are the, you know, heavy hitting items? So I'll just walk through these really quickly. So what is emerging in terms of what is working? And the first one would be, this goes within fire adapted communities. You need to have insurance, and you can actually see real problems emerging down in California in terms of just getting access to affordable insurance if you're a property owner. We monitor this pretty closely, I've learned, in the state, the insurance commissioner's office, and actually we're not seeing, trouble. We are going to recommend that we step up the monitoring of this. We are hearing that the insurance industry is becoming a lot more attuned to wildfire risk, a lot more sophisticated in terms of modeling wildfire risk. And so this is not something to take for granted. Second one, the militia system. I know that's a familiar term here. I've used it elsewhere and been told not to. But I know we're among friends here, so so I think the militia system, everybody knows, it just basically means all hands on deck during high fire season. It was discussed around, do you have more dedicated resources around suppression so that you're not siphoning away from other ODF programs? Obviously, that's a much more costly model. And so because you have to expand basically everything you're doing. And so the sense is, at least at this point, that continuing the militia system, but monitoring it, to the extent fire seasons continue to expand and, within each year. And if you see more steady wildfire activity where you're just seeing other programs are getting neglected year after year, then you're going to want to take a different approach and have more dedicated resources. Rangeland Fire Protection Associations has been viewed as a sure. Yep.
Yeah, just as an observation, I've been on the board for about almost 8 years now, and I would not have put the militia system in the what is working. I'd put it in the moderate course correction, because I think we have in fact seen that year after year after year now, it is impacting the other work of the agency. And that unless we're deciding that the department is going to be a single purpose agency dedicated to wildland fire protection, the militia system is not functional as currently funded and constituted. It does in fact dramatically impair our ability to do our other work.
I appreciate that perspective.
Yeah, I would like to pile on. I'm not somebody who thinks that the militia system is completely broken or should be thrown out. But I think it is the other major challenge besides fixing our financing model that we have. And I've been expecting all along that this would be on your list of something that you would be recommending be modified. And I think, what I mean by modification is that we, without throwing it out, that we do take a certain percentage of the staff of ODF and insulate them from being called up for fire, because we suffer in other ways in the department, particularly on all of the work that the department is charged with doing on conservation, and that because it was a system, again, militia system was built for a different era and a different time, and and for shorter fire seasons with fewer of these big fires. So anyhow.
So I don't mean to suggest that this is an endorsement of the status quo. What the recommendations that's come out have been to maintain this kind of flex approach, but to add resources so that you'll have a bigger pie with resources that are named for state forests, for private forests, for administration. There is this, the task force I'll speak to here in a moment on the financing facility, and so the feeling was that the militia system could work if the agency was adequately resourced in these other areas. I guess what was some of the compelling evidence or that was taken into consideration is kind of the year-to-year fluctuations in the suppression activity. And so if just looking back historically, it's fairly volatile. And so hiring up for those peak years, seemed like a costly model. And so that's, so that what kind of the trying to thread the needle, it was providing adequate resources for the private forests and the state forests, but also maintaining that during those high fire seasons that they would be available. And I won't say that it was 100% consensus, but I appreciate the.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, Matt, or even Travis, but with the reference you just gave to the adding additional resources, it's built largely on the last POP we had in the previous legislative session. So it is built on recommendations that this board already reviewed and approved going into the last legislative session that's fit into the additional comment that Matt just provided.
Just add one more to pile on. Given that the militia system would be continued, though with increased funding, and given that we have at least some sense for how climate change is likely to influence the length of the fire season, is there an effort at long-term planning for increasing those resources over time to match that increased demand for people?
It's a very good question. It's actually something we're working on in real time. And I think this specifically impacts the mitigation work, the fuel reduction work. I think it's common recognition that more fuel treatment is needed. ODF will play a very key role to that. And so kind of an effort to ramp up from our current levels onto higher levels. I think there's an approximate average to need to treat about 277,000 acres per year. And so with the goal of getting to that level in 3 to 5 years, ramping up our capacity along the way. So that would be additional resources. Getting back to number 3. So again, the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations were deemed to be working in a real success story and on a model that should be continued, expanded. Recommendations to seek a continuation of the BLM fire contract on the ONC lands. And then actually had a very good review, I think, of the Lloyd's policy. We have a couple of insurance experts that felt that that's fairly priced, and if anything is advantageous to the state. And so it would behoove us to maintain that policy, but also to continue to monitor markets to ensure that self-insurance or another carrier, isn't a preferred option. Any other feedback, comments? Moderate course corrections, a bunch. First one is just public engagement. Obviously, this is something that's done and has been done, I think done very successfully. I think you look at the historic data and you see the level of fire incidents has not risen as population has risen. Population's risen much more dramatically than human-caused fire incidents. I think you could attribute a lot of that to successful public education. The feeling is that there's greater opportunities for integration across all the types of public communication. And we're probably missing opportunities and maybe even in some cases over communicating, sending messages that could be more consolidated. So one of the recommendations is to form kind of more of an interagency and intergroup type of an approach. Health systems, obviously very mature. Oregon Health Authority's been fantastic here. We are recommending air filtration systems and actually state investments in air filtration systems for vulnerable populations. As an example, also looking at public space, breathing, breathing investments, clean air investments, disaster recovery. Frankly, there's a tremendous amount of work there that has not really considered wildfire. It's just more around tsunamis and earthquakes and the like. We just want to make sure that wildfire is adequately incorporated. So moderate course correction there. Property insurance here, we divided this into two buckets. There's property insurance in the prior slide, which is just access and affordability. Here, this is more kind of using property insurance as a mechanism to motivate risk mitigation and to try to promote defensible space and building codes and things like that. So there's going to be some recommendations there that are actually fairly encouraging. Number 5, governance budgeting for wildfire. That's just a bucket of, frankly, we don't know yet. And and that is just, where does all this go from here? You know, who in the state is actually charged with this cohesive strategy that extends into disaster recovery and extends into smoke and healthcare and so forth. And so it's the feeling is that the cohesive strategy's got a lot of merit, and we need to govern around that and probably budget around that. Number 6 is actually a pretty promising one, I think. We'll see. And this is using the collaborative model to discuss suppression issues among neighbors. And this is particularly contentious issue. You know, you think about just the interspersed ownerships, different management objectives, some federal, some private, and so forth. And so these neighbor issues are very real. And I would say Oregon's not alone, forests are not alone. These happen in rangelands and so forth. And so a couple of models offer some promise here. One would be the restoration collaboratives in forests. And the other one would be over in Harney County. There was actually a real success story, apparently, with a collaborative that kind of came out of just this kind of acrimony around suppression between neighbors. And I was told that for the first 18 months, it was a lot of acrimony. And then over time, they really learned how to talk to each other, and the planning has vastly improved. So this might be a constructive way to promote better relations between particularly private landowners and the federal agencies. So that's going to be a recommendation. Number 7, underprotected lands, like the wheat fields and so forth. The feeling is to provide that kind of coverage. We already provide it. We provide it on a reactive basis, which is costly, and it stretches resources from across the state. The idea is to really emphasize initial attack, so you can get on the fires before they grow. Costly, more dangerous, obviously. Tragic fatality, last year in the wheat fields. Federal suppression capacity, no surprise. The state of Oregon wants the feds to pay more attention to us. I'm sure we're not alone there. State-federal interagency collaboration, this actually came from ODF and the State Fire Marshal's office. When you have all these incident teams that come in from around the country, around other states, other agencies, to really kind of have some expectation documents. This is how things are done in Oregon, to kind of get folks up the learning curve. The ubiquitous workforce development, touches everything that we do. Wildfire research, thinking specifically about OSU has this concept around a wildfire center. So all those things seem to make sense. And then the big ticket items that are going to be, if the others were more evolution in nature, this would be a little bit more revolution in nature. The first is we are pretty far along in developing recommendation for a statewide utility risk mitigation requirement mandate. And so that's obviously, that was an easy conversation on September 26th meeting. And now, as you look down south as to all the power outages and what that's meant, I think that's going to be a more electric topic. I mean, I think it's going to be, there's going to be some tough pressing some questions there. Land use, private property rights, obviously very, very involved. And I think there's a shared recognition that defensible space, building codes, access, egress, these are all absolutely critical issues. I mean, really, really critical issues. Oregon's far better off than any of our Western neighbors owing to our land use system, but there's still more work to do. And so the needle we're trying to thread here is, on the one hand, you really do have to be aggressive about this. And on the other hand, private property rights, local ownership, and so forth. There's going to be a recommendation around a rulemaking process that will involve state agencies, but also the counties, and try to find the right balance. Suppression capacity, we've already spoken to this a little bit. It's not, this is actually, I think, kind of dangerous. You know, the FTE requests are kind of misinterpreted and misunderstood to be suppression requests, when in fact it is suppression, but also private forests and state forests, all available to a certain degree for fire suppression. But we don't want to confuse these budget requests as being, oh, just, you know, doubling down on suppression, because it's got broader benefits. Suppression cash management, this is the financing facility, basically endorsing the governor's recently formed task force on this. And then overall funding capacity, and this is a tough one. You know, I think it's reasonable to expect, if you've got increased vulnerability to wildfire, it's going to cost. And so we're going to have to look at new funding models. So I think these will be some interesting discussions come February and even sooner. On these last, I just thought, you know, it would be kind of useful to look at the debate and some of the issues. You know, I've already gone through some of these, but on the utilities, just the issue of the power outages, on the land use, the issues of state versus local role, fuel treatments, big, very complex issue. How much, if any, money, capital should the state be investing, particularly on federal lands? You know, these kind of familiar debates. Obviously, the role of timber revenues. You know, the view towards managed wildfire versus mechanical thinning. If you do, you know, look to timber monetization, the county payments issues are very, very important. I think a recognition that all lands is the right scope, but that's really difficult when you're talking about private property and public property. Around suppression, you know, you hear a lot of talk about, you know, this notion that all wildfire is a public nuisance. Well, no, it's not. We actually need more wildfire, and so that's a debate that's, you know, ongoing, and we'll hear a lot more about. The suppression cash management, and I think they're the unfortunate, or one of the unfortunate elements of that is just the darn timing. You know, so we're having to kind of work in real time around that solution, as we're asking, you know, for pretty bold steps on the wildfire recommendations. Lots of issues around funding sources. Again, role of timber, carbon auction, as they do in California. And then organizationally, as I mentioned before, what is the right long-term solution to all of this? So implications to ODF. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, just one question on sort of the framing of the debate and the discussions you've had so far. Most of the what I'm hearing relative to increasing resilient landscapes has to deal with fuel treatments and, you know, that sort of stuff. And you had sections where you were talking about sort of recovery and that sort of thing. Did the council look into the fact that there are a number of other implications sort of beyond fuel treatments that really have a dramatic effect on landscape resiliency in the face of fire and landscape and community recovery post-fire? You know, the fire, most of the discussions that I've heard over the past decade or more really focuses almost entirely on fuel when it starts to talk about resiliency. There's a host of other things that will dictate the ecological resiliency of the landscape beyond fuel. That will then have community implications as well, much less getting into some of the other sort of social resiliency topics, but even just sticking with the ecologically.
I think the short answer is yes. You know, we specifically tasked the mitigation committee with this responsibility, and I think fuel treatments has been a strong focus, but it's been in the context of 10 broader objectives that the council actually approved, and they're ecological objectives, social objectives, and economic objectives, and the prioritization of treatment areas was actually done with these broader filters in mind. And so this was not a complete focus on just simply reducing hazardous fuels. It really is a focus towards building resilient landscapes with an eye towards using wildfire in future instances, like making sure that the ecosystems are going to be resilient to that.
Yeah, and given my background, of course, I'm thinking predominantly of impacts on aquatic systems, and whether you're talking water quality, water quantity, timing of flow, all of those sorts of things, recovery of the aquatic systems, you start to deal with a whole host of other things that, as we're looking at climate change increases in fire season and intensity and whatnot, we're now looking at, utilities is the new one, given what's happened just south of us, that we're realizing, oh God, we have those implications. But I can easily envision that we're going to have future implications on drinking water. It'd be nice to try to get out ahead of that and start thinking of what we can do to help
I think
buffer that system a little bit more.
So in the prioritization of the areas to be treated, infrastructure was considered, including particularly water infrastructure, waterways, and so forth. And maybe I do need to kind of change the vernacular here. I think the idea was building resiliency for ecosystems and communities. A lot of times it is easy to kind of fall into the fuel treatments kind of language. And I think the idea was to more actively manage the resources for resiliency, community resiliency and ecosystem resiliency. I think that's
developing out specific recommendations for actions, especially I'm thinking as it goes to incentive programs. I think we need to think in a context much broader than just fuel resiliency on those items in order to make whatever programs we come up with for establishing incentives for landowners or communities to increase landscape resiliency. We need to think beyond just fuel.
Yep, that's very good.
I'd like to mention that as we go to the next challenge of who pays and why, particularly when we're talking about fuel treatments and more in these where we need them, where those treatments would not pay for themselves. I think we really need, from that public policy perspective, to be talking not just about fire, but also talking about economic, rural economic health, jobs, the money we will save from, in terms of what we spend on people in those communities who are in poverty. And I think we have a much better chance of doing a lot of this this work that we need to do so badly if we broaden the sell job on why.
I think this is great, and the work that you've done and the committee has done is fabulous. But I think there's a couple of one key factor that I don't want anybody to forget about. And since 2008, the ODF staff has never got back to where it was since the layoffs. And what I see when you start talking about the militia method, or whatever you want to call it, we see a tick in incident rates and during the fire season, and that's because we're asking the staff and the contractors to do more with less, and however you frame any of this, my belief is the most important resource that we have to combat all this is our staff. If we didn't have the staff, all of this would be mute. So I think we need to, I think we need to keep that out in front of us and think about that, and especially the uptick in the safety incidents during that period of time.
Sorry, good feedback. Thanks. A few moments that we have left here. This is by no means a comprehensive list, but this is just more kind of food for thought. Some of the implications, for ODF. Obviously, the cash management. This is, I think, fortunately, it's an initiative that's been launched, and so. Hopefully that'll be developing strong recommendations in the months ahead. G&A staffing, I already mentioned. I think there will be a continued, escalation in the request for G&A staffing. Just the overall role of the agency and statewide all lands fuel treatments, particularly with respect to other agencies within the shared stewardship agreement. The role of ODF in these land use recommendations, defensible space, and so forth. Obviously, recommending growth into unprotected, underprotected areas. That'll obviously have agency implications, growth management. I mentioned public engagement. Obviously, ODF is a very key player in that, and will be asked to be, I think, even more of a leader going forward. And then, again, this kind of question around, how do you plan for all this? I can tell you one takeaway for me is that there's been no shortage of work, over the last several months. And so I think there's real value in this cohesive approach. So anyway, these are just a few of the top of mind implications I'm sure you guys are already thinking about.
So is there a sense yet about, as you look at the upcoming short session, which kind of major items or clusters of items are most ripe and urgent for consideration at that session, and how that might place?
This is a very timely discussion, with Ledge Days, right in front of us here in November. And I think what's emerging as I kind of mentioned maintaining, so obviously not a lot of requests to do there, maintaining, and then there's moderate course adjustments and then more significant course adjustments. I think what's emerging is this utilities, I think, will get a lot of emphasis. I think we are going to, this need for suppression expansion, I think, seems very reasonable, to your point, Mr. Rose. And then I think that the recognition that we're behind on the resilient landscapes and really need to catalyze a significant uptick in our efforts there. So I think in terms of the heavy lifts, Tom, those are going to be four, I guess, top priorities. Utilities kind of falls into a little bit different field of view. And then the lower hanging fruit that, frankly, are not significant financial asks, but health systems, particularly for low income communities, disaster recovery, ensuring that we're appropriately prepared for wildfire, lessons learned from California and so forth. I think those are some of the more less contentious, and maybe you're going to be more lower hanging fruit. I think that those top items that I mentioned, utilities, suppression, catalyzing, significant program for resiliency, and land use. Yeah, those are going to be the heavy ones.
Question on the land use issue. As we all agree, it's hugely important to keep these small fires from getting to be big fires. And so when you watch first response to small fires, there's, I think one of the things that most firefighting agencies, including ODF, does is immediately look at where the structures are. And all the firefighting departments seem to hate to fear the headline of structures lost. But the reality is that these are not all homes. Sometimes they're shacks, sometimes they're hunting cabins. They're very often these isolated properties are not properties that are lived in year round, and arguably don't deserve that level of protection, because that level of protection sometimes can change the priorities for the firefighters. And so we increase the chance of that small fire becoming a big fire because we identified a structure or in an area for that. Have you addressed that, or been any thought about actually differentiating between people's true year-round homes and other structures that we find in the woods?
Yeah, it's a great question. It is actually an issue that's received a fair amount of consideration. It's really fallen under the umbrella of just information resources, information management, having kind of proactive information available to firefighters, and also to better help us implement defensible space and building codes. And so, there's a school of thought that we should have a statewide, comprehensive map that, serves all the above. There's another school of thought that maybe it's more kind of locally generated maps using statewide standards. That's kind of how the debate's bracketed right now. But I think under either scenario, there's a common recognition that we need better resources, and that they should be proactive. We should be proactively planning for fire events, and including these issues that you're raising between, what structures do take priority.
Brenda has a question.
Matt, if I could just follow up on that. We have a fire risk interface on Oregon Explorer, so you can go in and see where fire risk might be high. And my understanding of that is it's based upon a model that takes into consideration current climate conditions, but it doesn't necessarily look forward 20 or 30 or 40 years when fire risk may be quite different. And so getting to your point of proactive planning, is this an area for investment where we might be thinking about what we should be doing now to be ready for the future?
I'll tell you, when I step back from everything that we've done, and we've done a lot, just try not to leave many stones unturned, I think this is probably the issue that gives me the greatest pause, which is including within the QRA, the quantitative risk assessment. It just looks at current conditions. It does not project the impacts of climate change. And then when you kind of do look at models here in Oregon that projects impacts from climate change, it's in a lot of the regions that frankly right now don't fall within our high priorities. And a lot of those regions are high population centers. And so I think as you look at 2.0 and 3.0, again, this kind of, how do you organize around this and make sure that this isn't just a report that generates dust, but you kind of maintain an ongoing effort. This one, I think, has got to be one of the highest priorities. And I think, frankly, an area of significant vulnerability. I would say the other one is that I'm sure folks have heard the $4 billion, magic number, and that also does not, it doesn't include climate change, but it also doesn't include maintenance. It's basically kind of a once through and hoping that the land stops growing. So those are both areas that I think, again, for a 2.0. Just very quickly, in terms of next steps, we have a big council meeting this week. Trying to get the final report out early next week. We've got a pretty heavy lineup on legislative days. In the fall and winter, we're going to kind of regroup and think about this organizational issue. Who should wake up every morning thinking about this? Set out some strategic financial planning parameters, and then obviously support the legislative process. The council was originally set up to be done in September, so we're already in borrowed time. And so it really was not set up with this recognition that there might be a sustained need going forward. So frankly, we've been sprinting so hard just getting the report done that we just haven't had the time to kind of step back and think about what's the right organizational response. So that once the dust settles a little bit, we'll turn our attention there.
Any other questions? Well, thanks very much for coming today. We really appreciate it. And we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30. Okay, we are reconvening. Our next item, agenda item 5, is the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee testimony. My understanding is that the Forest Trust Land folks are not here today, but I want to make sure that there's anybody who comes under that, that is a county commissioner from a Forest Trust Land county, that they have this opportunity. It looks like we don't, so we'll move to agenda item 6, which is the specified resource sites rulemaking for marbled murrelets update. And this is an informational item this afternoon. And by the way, we did get written input from Kathleen Sullivan, Clatsop County Commissioner. So you all will have that. And it'll be included in our record. Josh and Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. My name is Josh Bernard. I serve as the Deputy Chief for Private Forest Division. Joining me today is Jennifer Weichel, our Division Biologist. Today, we'll provide an overview of where we've been, the components of the Division 680 rules that we still need to address, and what we're planning to do to help you make those decisions. To start us off, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer.
We need something to advance this. There we go. All right. Thank you, Josh. So just as a reminder of where we've been in this process, here's a slide that should look familiar to you from past presentations. This project was kicked off in June, or began in June of 2016 when the board received a petition to initiate rulemaking for marbled murrelets under Forest Practices Act. And we officially received the direction to work on this project in November of 2016. Since that time, we have given you a review of the petition, the draft technical report on marbled murrelets. We conducted an expert review of that report. And then at the last meeting that we spoke with you in April, we gave you the final technical report, which was approved by the board, which leads us to where we are today, which is to describe our plan for our decision-making process moving forward. Back to Josh.
All right, thanks, Jennifer. So just quickly refreshing back to April when we were here last, we basically, as part of the next steps, we said we would return with a plan for this next phase, which would include what did the next set of decisions look like. We would establish a process for decision making, and we determine what stakeholder involvement looks like for that process. So following up on that, we started with the piece, what are the next set of decisions? So to set that framework, we went back to the Division 680 rules, and Division 680 directs us to identify the resource site, identify forest practices that conflict with the resource site, and evaluate the consequences of those conflicts, determine the protection requirements for resource sites, and determine any exceptions criteria. So the tech report identified the forest practices that conflict with resource sites and the consequences. It also identified a range of options for the definition of a resource site and protection requirements. However, it did not identify a specific option for the resource site or the protection strategy. So the next decision that will require board input will be to define the resource site for marbled murrelets and the corresponding protection strategies for the resource site. So beginning with the end in mind, we looked at the purpose and goals of the Division 665 rules for threatened and endangered species, which is the division where rules for this process will be housed. The purpose and protection goal of Division 665 rules do provide some high-level sideboards, and they're paraphrased for you here on the slide, and it's also in the handout materials. So the purpose of Rule Division 629-665 It states that they shall be known as the specified resource site protection rules. These rules provide a protection goal, describe the duties of the state forester, landowner, timber owner, and operator, and outline protection for sensitive bird nesting, roosting, and watering sites, threatened and endangered fish and wildlife species that use resource sites on forest land, and biological sites that are ecologically and scientifically significant, and significant wetlands on forests. So that's typically what's housed in our Division 665 rules. It goes on to state that the protection goal, which is summarized here on the slide as well, the goal of the resource site protection is to ensure the forest practices do not lead to resource site destruction, abandonment, or reduced productivity. A resource site shall receive protection when the state forester determines it's an active resource site and proposed forest practices conflict with the resource site. So in general, that's the full text of the purpose and the protection goal. And we thought those would serve as good high-level sideboards for this process going forward. So by taking the purpose and protection goal, and recognizing the broad range of options identified in the tech report, we settled on a matrix approach to set the stage for collecting input and making decisions. So our plan would be to start by populating this matrix with the current range of approaches identified in the technical report. We would use this matrix to seek input from the groups who have been engaged in this process so far. The matrix is set up to collect input on both the resource site and the protection strategies together. And also a note back to the staff report here is this matrix does allow for both regulatory and voluntary approaches. So on the last slide, I mentioned seeking input from groups that have been interested in the process so far. A little more detail on what that looks like is we plan to seek input on the range of options that would be populated in the matrix from both tribal governments and stakeholders through individual meetings with each group. The goal of the work would be to gather each group's preferred options, why they may prefer a particular option, and capture any other common threads of agreement or disagreement amongst those groups. To help with that work, we would plan to hire a third-party facilitator to help with this process. The facilitator would work with staff to develop questions, host meetings, and summarize any input that we can achieve from that process. The facilitator will also work with the department to prepare a report which would be submitted to you all at a future meeting date. So by collecting this information, we would hope that it'd be easier to narrow the range of options and inform decision-making as we identify the resource site and protection strategies. Pause there for a second, see if there's any questions, and then I can shift to the time. Yes.
Josh, just a quick, could you go back a slide?
Yes.
Maybe to the protection goal, just a point of clarification, if you could, please. Resource site destruction, abandonment, or reduced productivity. So reduced productivity would suggest that there is protection over a period of time. Is there an implied period of time over which that protection would occur to maintain productivity?
So thanks for that question. What I would use as an example is we have, that's been addressed by species for the species we already have rules for. So for example, for the osprey, it just defines an active site as one that has been used over a 5-year period. And then if it's not been used in 5 years, it's considered an abandoned resource site. So you're correct, it does imply over a period of time for how long a site is protected. So when we get to that phase for this project, that's one of the things that we're going to have to define is what is active versus abandoned for marble murrelet resource sites.
Back another couple of slides where you were, you had the 4 potential next set of decisions. I don't know if I was just daydreaming or what, but I didn't catch why A and C are in our next set, but B and D are not.
So apologies if I went through that too quickly. The way we, sure. So I would say right now the technical report addresses B. A and C right now, the technical report identifies a range, but it doesn't narrow it to a specific option for either the resource side or the protection strategy. So that's really the next step that we need to get to. And I would say D would follow with that once we've identified those. So, yeah.
Another question. It's kind of a question for you and Peter, I guess. Probably in January, we're going to look at a work plan, look at these timelines. Are we going to discuss this timeline and how this fits into the rest of the workload for the department? Merlet, did you hear me?
Yeah, I've been paying attention.
Okay.
And so the work plans will consist of sort of two parts. One is each work plan has ongoing tasks. And so I believe for private forest, the two big ones in front of the board are the marble murrelet rulemaking and the Siskiyou study. And so that timeline, we have board direction to continue that work. That'll be included in the work plans, and a schedule for that would be mapped out in the work plan.
So we would have a chance to have a conversation about that in January as to our priorities moving forward.
Yes. So the other thing it will, and we're still kind of sorting this out, what would be useful, because there's a bunch of new topics that have been suggested. Some of them might be partially covered in things that are in the bin, like the multi-species approach to specified resource site section's been on that work plan for a while, looking at just re-looking at these Division 680 rules and saying, is this the best approach moving forward? And so, but other ones would be new. And so we're trying to figure out, well, we can't really make a decision on those, which ones to move forward and propose to schedule till we get a sense of the priorities that you have. So in January, we'll be asking you, not only, the main thing will be about what are the priorities for the work going forward in terms of, how much additional capacity do we have to move work forward, and what are the board priorities for what things we should focus on. Once we have that information from January, then we can begin to develop a plan and a schedule for beginning to gather information, bring the relevant information to the board, and begin to move forward on topics that are of a high priority. Is that?
Yes.
And any other questions on that sort of agenda setting process?
All right. So the other piece that we included in the packet of materials was an overview of what this might look like time-wise. So if some of this text is a little bit hard to read, it's included in the handout. But if you walk through this, the start of this timeline here is November 2019. It's where we sit today. So we would proceed from there, basically looking at trying to obtain a facilitator to help us with this process. Take us 1 to 3 months, work with that facilitator once we've acquired them to convene some meetings, figuring that would take a little bit of time. And then we'd meet with those focus groups. It may take 3 to 6 months to meet with the number of folks that have been engaged in this process so far. We would work with that facilitator, pull that package back together, and then with the normal lead time it would take us to work on stuff and prepare things for a future board meeting. If you total all those timelines, it's somewhere in the range of 10 to 16 months before we'll be back here before the board with that summary report of that process. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what that looks like, or what we're envisioning based on what we know today.
Tom?
Yes.
Just as an observation, in light of the discussions we had earlier about fire suppression capacity and sustainability, that main big orange block looks like it's over the summer, where you guys are likely to be impacted on the militia. Just no feedback, just an observation to everybody involved that that's a potential impact on work timing.
Yes, thank you for that. That's really all we had. And any other questions?
I am not seeing any additional questions. To that point, and I guess just one question, so maybe this is a follow-up or at least related to Cindy's question. You've got several of these timeframes are, there's 1 to 3 months or 3 to 6 months or 2 to 3 months. How will that get clarified? At what point will those be narrowed down in terms of expectations of time? Because that'll, if it's quicker, then it's less likely to run into the problem that you were describing. But what are the variables that will cause that to be one number as opposed to another?
Sure. I guess the way we're viewing that is those are estimates at this time frame as we start out. If it only takes us, in the next month, we can acquire a facilitator. We would go ahead and move forward with the rest of that work. We would complete each phase as quickly as possible. So it'd be more, we'd be moving along with it. These are just estimated ranges to give you kind of a vision of when we might return to you all with that report. Yes.
I don't know how to ask this, but how will this impact moving forward with trying to get an HCP? Will this help it? Is it redundancy work that we'll be doing, or?
Well,
or maybe a clarifying question. You're referring to the HCP effort for state forests?
State forests, yes.
Yeah, so the separate efforts.
I also had a question after thinking about this a bit more. On the chart just before, the one with the timeline. So, nope. The timeline, Marble Merlet, next steps, yep, that one. So you come back to the board with a report based upon the stakeholder input. What's the next step after that?
So ideally, what we would have is enough information to narrow the range to 2 or 3 or 4 options. As part of that process, as I noted, we would be asking folks why they may prefer a particular option. So thinking when we return to you, depending on how concise or particular that information is, we would be looking to either narrow the range further. So if there was interest in further analysis by us, we have a smaller package to look at. Or depending on the level of information we feel have at that point, it may be that we move forward towards a decision around the resource site. But there will be further steps beyond that final phase. It's really to bring back the report and show you all what we've collected from stakeholders at that point.
So quick follow-up, will there be a staff recommendation as to what constitutes a resource site then? Or is that something that we do without staff recommendation?
I guess I would say ultimately we'd like to see where we end up at the end of this work.
Okay.
And if there's a clear, if there's something clear that pops out from our stakeholder input, then we may come back to you with a recommendation at that time. Otherwise, it may be that we need to do some additional work and analysis to bring to you a suite of possibilities, in which case we have a range of options for a board decision, which we'd give a recommendation at that time for that range.
That's helpful.
That's how I'm envisioning.
Good, thank you both.
And I guess I would comment to that point, there are further steps, after we get to that point and figure out what the resource site is. There's different considerations, I believe, that have been presented on earlier in this process, such as the 527-714 analysis and those things that we go through for rules. So, yep.
Okay. And we do have some public testimony on this, so you'll stick around in case we need to follow up with you. Sristi Kamal.
Chair Emerson and members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is Srishti Kamal and I'm the Senior Representative for Defenders of Wildlife. Defenders is a national wildlife conservation organization that focuses on protecting imperiled species and their habitat. Marble murrelet is one of our focal species and an imperiled species in Oregon, which brings me to this meeting. I'll not take too much of your time today, but I just wanted to mention that firstly, we really do appreciate the effort from the Department of Forestry staff to keep us involved and engaged in this process, especially that they organized sort of a stakeholder check-in call with us and walked us through this process to familiarize us with the steps. So we really do appreciate that. And as the stakeholder process unfolds, I'm hopeful that the process continues to be as inclusive and there is opportunity not only to assess the matrix that the staff members presented today, but also have an opportunity to include additional inputs if there is a necessity for that based on current and available science. Again, because we're talking about an imperiled species here, precautionary approach is always advised for wildlife conservation because once the species is lost, it's next to impossible to revive it back. So I'm hoping that this process has a precautionary approach at its core and will provide protection beyond just voluntary tools to a wider functional and scientifically acceptable definition of habitat use for the species. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this item then? Okay, thanks. We'll then move to agenda item 7, Western Oregon State Forest HCP and FMP update. The team is here.
Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, State Forester Daugherty, members of the board. We got a great team here. They see they had to bring up an extra table so we could all fit. And we've got one more that's coming in the room shortly. Justin will be joining us. We've been, this team's been in front of you before last April, but I've got Cindy Kalmachek, our ODF project manager for the HCP, Troy Rangmig with ICF, who's the project manager, helping us develop the technical aspects, and Brett Brownscombe with Oregon Consensus is here with us today to talk through the facilitation and the stakeholder engagement. I think I got this part, but maybe not. For the record, I'm Brian Pugh. I'm serving as the deputy of the State Forest Division. Today, I'm in front of you actually serving as the acting division chief, as Liz Dent is actually testifying right now at the Lynn County lawsuit. So with that, I think we're all here. And we're going to walk through the agenda today and first give you an overview of the progress that we're making in the HCP. And we're in phase 2 of that. As you recall, this time last year, you sent us on the task of developing the HCP. So we're going to give you an update on that. And then we will talk about questions and next steps there. The next topic will be the forest management plan topic, and we'll give you an update there on that, and Justin will help us with that. As we got ready for the forest management plan topic, and I've been reaching out to you all, I know there's some thoughts around the table and some discussion about maybe changing that plan of what it would look like in April. So after we get through that topic, we can have some discussion with you and then go to public comment, and then we'll come back for any final decisions. This is the plan for today. So the HCP, as I remind you, covers all the Border Forest lands west of the Cascades, so it's a big geographic area. It also covers, at this point in the development stage of it, the common school forest lands that we manage for the Department of State Lands. And that, just to be clear, is the common school forest lands outside of the Elliott. And as you already know, we do not manage the Elliott, so this HCP does not include that. And the other thing I'd like to bring up today is we've been engaging quite a bit with the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Council and gotten good engagement through the summer and with their leadership and working on that. I will point out, and you noticed that a couple of topics ago, they weren't at this meeting, and they have canceled a couple of our meetings starting in October and through November because apparently they have other conflicts that they can't attend. So the last thing I want to point out to you is, as you know, and we're finding out on a daily basis, these projects are very complex. There is a lot of public interest in there and a lot of information that we need to bring to you all for decision making. So with that all in mind, we have changed the schedule, adjusted the schedule a little bit. And so originally we were going to bring you the forest management plan, the revised forest management plan in April or in March, and we switched that to April. And so just giving us one more month to finalize the information, do some public outreach, and get the information to you. And subsequently, we made that same change with the Habitat Conservation Plan. It was on the schedule for July of 2020, and we've moved that to September of 2020. So just those little bit of adjustments to give us a little bit more time. So again, covered this on the background. We'll be walking through, we're in the second phase and give you an update there. Brett, in partnership with Kearns and West, will talk about the meeting facilitation and the stakeholder engagement. Troy will be talking about the ICF team and all the work that they're doing to kind of get the technical pieces in conjunction with our technical experts like Nick Palazzotto and Mark Moisen and get them in place. And Cindy will kick us off providing some context and overview for that. The only other thing I'd say is we've got a good presentation. We've got plenty of time, and we'll take questions at the end if we can of the topics, or if there's anything that comes up, just let us know. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Cindy Kolomaychuk, and I'm the HCP Project Manager for the division. And I would like to remind you that we are taking a three-phased approach to pursuing an HCP on state forest lands. The first phase you reviewed the results of last November, and that included initiation and scoping as well as a business case analysis. And based on that work, you directed us to move forward with phase two, which is strategy development and stakeholder engagement. Over the last year, we've been developing the foundational elements of the HCP. And currently, we are in the midst of developing the conservation strategy and the timber management strategies that would be covered by an HCP. This is a lot of work, and as we develop our work products, we are taking them to the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, as well as stakeholders and the public, to get their feedback and their insight to make sure that we're representing a variety of interests in the HCP. This work in phase two will ultimately culminate in the first administrative draft of the HCP. And we plan to, as Brian mentioned, bring that to you in September of 2020 for your consideration. At this time, we'll also bring an updated business case analysis. We're calling it a comparative analysis because we're expanding it to include additional social and environmental outcomes. The business case really focused on that revenue side. If so directed in September, we would then move on to phase three, which is the NEPA analysis. Now, as you all know, this is a federal process, so we do have that the end date here is anticipated in November of 2021, but this really depends on how long it takes the Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries to get through NEPA. I just want to be clear about that. And before I turn it over to Brett to discuss stakeholder engagement, I do want to talk about our efforts towards engaging the tribes on the FMP and the HCP up to this point. First, we recognize that the indigenous peoples were the original stewards of the landscape that we currently manage. And we seek to honor this relationship by engaging them in our management planning processes. To date, our staff has provided presentations and offered an engagement opportunity at the let me get this right, the Legislative Commission on Indian Services. And we've also provided presentations to the Natural Resources Cluster and the Cultural Resources Cluster. State Forester Doherty also extended this opportunity in his annual letter to the tribes. And most recently, we've offered to meet with them directly, their staff directly, on one-on-one. And the purpose for this is so that we can better understand how we can integrate their interests and desires in state forest management practices and policies. So we have some work to do here, and we look forward to cultivating more relationships with the tribes. And with that, I will turn it over to Brett for stakeholder engagement.
Thanks, Cindy. Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Brett Brownscombe with Oregon Consensus, and what we're doing as an Oregon Consensus project related to this HCP is the process side. And under contract, and the contract that we have with Kearns and West and the department, as a process team, what I want to walk through is at first some orientation around a slide that looks like it's a Gantt chart, a bunch of arrows. So to get you situated before I say more, I'll move forward. How do I, oh, here we go. I'll move into this slide and make sure we've got our laser working here. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. Okay, so what I wanted to do is explain this slide in the graphic and then walk through a bit more about kind of where we are, not just where we are in the process, but what the different flows and arrows and spaces mean. So this graphic depicts the public engagement process for the HCP. It's a lot to digest. There are a lot of colors. I'm going to walk through kind of what it means and where we are now. So where we start on this, there are many levels of engagement. The Board of Forestry meetings, which are depicted in the vertical arrows over dates and time along the calendar. Board of Forestry meetings is kind of as a decision-making entity, highest level of engagement. Forest Trust Land Advisory Committees is the second arrow here. It's a distinct level of engagement through the distinct relationship that the board and department have with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee counties. The public engagement process, this purple arrow here, what you'll see with this is this is tied to the general public, but also stakeholders. And I'll get a little bit more into kind of the distinction between the meeting types a little later with stakeholders and the general public. And here, the bottom arrow, HCP preparation, this ties to what I'll refer to later in the presentation as the work products coming out of the planning team. And so what you're seeing, these are those work products in between these vertical meeting lines. So we've got, phase 2 statement of work, planning area, permit area. These are the work products that have already come out of the HCP process. Where we are right now is in this space right here. I'll talk about the mission, vision, goals. That's the MVG's acronym here. Covered species is also a product and that's come out of the HCP preparation effort. And where we're going in this space right here, where we're residing now, this is done, is the biological goals and objectives, conservation strategies, and as you can see, moving forward. And so I think that the point here is the work products, these things, drive the timing of our vertical arrow meetings, both with the public at large and with stakeholders. The board meetings, although we're on a hiatus now, the timing of the board meetings drive the timing of our meetings with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committees. The work itself starts here, the HCP prep level. So once we have a set of work products that come out of the HCP preparation level, and they're ready to review, the first step is to meet with the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee to get their input on the draft products. We also hold a meeting in this space. This is the public meeting space with stakeholders, and we do focus group meetings to
tied to those efforts with conservation interests, forest product sector interests, recreation interests. And we also hold a larger open to the public, open to the full public, y'all come kind of a meeting, where the last one was held on October 15th in Portland. And we get feedback at those meetings from the stakeholder interests through focus group meetings and from the general public at the public meetings. I'm going to toggle to the next slide here. And the reason I'm toggling back and forth is become evident, I hope. So this slide depicts that public engagement is an iterative process, and we've intentionally organized it and planned it, structured it to be iterative. The work product box here, where it all starts, work product comes out of the efforts of ODF and the ODF staff team working with ICF, Troy and Troy's team. Products then go into the planning teams. And when I say planning teams, these are the technical staff, the scoping team, which includes technical staff of the relevant state and federal agencies, and then the steering committee, which is the decision level staff of the state and federal agencies with whom ODF is negotiating the HCP. So the goal here is to make sure through this kind of iterative process, work product coming out, going here first. I'll walk through the rest of the steps in a second, but the goal here is to make sure we're getting feedback and input from the various perspectives that are relevant to state forest management. People are heard, they know where their place to go is, and that we're hearing that. Once the draft product comes out of scoping team and steering committee review, it then goes into the FTLAC stop first, that green arrow up here. And then the public review, focus group meetings, and overall public meeting feedback. From there, we take the feedback, gather it, and return it to the planning teams. So at first, the scoping team level, technical level, and then the steering team level, agency decision maker level. Revisions happen through those processes or through those tables. And those are the spaces where Kearns and West is facilitating as an independent neutral. And you have ODF staff, ICF staff, and then the key state and federal agencies that are relevant to HCP negotiation, all viewing, working through the revisions, and then approving a final draft of that, of the work product. And the work products are going to be what Troy gets into a bit more. And after that approved final draft, the document comes back and gets presented to the FTLAC first, and then through additional focus in public meetings. So that's the general flow. What I wanted to toggle back to in this document is where we are now. Make sure I toggle to the right spot. Okay, sorry, bear with me. So where we are at the point in time right now is here. But by the time we get to here, which is when the first administrative draft of an HCP would come forward and be presented to the board eventually for a decision on whether to move into the next phase. By that point in time, we should, through the public process, have had a chance to have heard from and reviewed and incorporate feedback from FTLAC, the kind of focus group of stakeholders, and the general public. So ideally, the way this is going to work is, although there may not be total agreement and peace in the valley across all the stakeholders, imagine that on state forest management issues, we will have heard and had people receive feedback from the planning teams around what their input was and how it was incorporated, whether it was incorporated, and if not, why not. And so when the draft the first administrative draft of the proposed HCP and incidental take permit comes to you for a decision here on whether to move forward, there shouldn't be any real surprises around how people are feeling and what they're thinking. So this process, all the process that precedes this board decision right here, both at the public engagement end and the FTLEC end, this is proactive public process that is not necessarily required by law, but the intent is to be proactive and get input early, try to incorporate and address it so that you have as clear decision space as possible when you get here. If the decision is made to enter the NEPA process around a proposed HCP, that NEPA analysis and set of process has its own public engagement effort. But everything that we're doing through public engagement is in this kind of proactive pre-NEPA space. What happens if you make the decision here to move forward is in its own space. So the general feedback to date and what we're hearing, people are have a strong appetite for more info and details. I think generally they want to see the substantive work, more substance on the work products. They're aware of the covered species that are in the proposed HCP, the permit area, the mission, vision, goals document, which is a high-level document I'll get to in a second. And I think folks are pretty savvy to the fact that the rubber really starts to meet the road. And Troy will get into this more around the conservation strategies in this portion of the HCP and laying out, okay, what actions are going to be taken to move forward here. And we haven't gotten there yet. Where we are is, you know, in this space in November, we've got a conceptual first draft of biological goals and objectives, a final draft of the mission, vision, goals, but we have not put out, the team has not put out conservation strategies, and that's where we're taking input that we've heard to date and informing the scoping team and the steering committee. But people are ready. They want to know, okay, what is this really going to look like? I think another thing that we're hearing is there's the relationship between the HCP and FMP related planning is another thing that comes up often. It's hard to tease the two apart. And you know, I think what we're working to do is tease out the specific interests that different stakeholder entities have, and make sure that we're proactively working that through the process. So more of that's to come. I think once we get into the conservation strategies phase of this, I think a lot of energy will pick up. So the majority of the feedback to date through this cycle has been on work products that are the mission, vision, goals, and the conceptual biological goals and objectives. I want to stop on this slide because it's the mission, vision, goals document that this is the work product that has been through that iterative process, and wanted to talk about it as an example of that. The intent here is that now that it's gone through this cycle, that the mission, vision, goals document would be the document that guides further development of all the next steps and work products of the HCP. And so all feedback and revisions from the FTLAC, the public, general public meetings and the focus group meetings were presented and affirmed at the steering committee meeting in August, and then presented back out the final draft of the mission, vision, goals document back out to the public on October 15th. So it's been through significant vetting. It has had revisions made through a large variety of stakeholder, public, and FTLAC specific input to date. I'm not getting to get into those particulars. I think you've seen the document separately, and this is not a these three large chunks and components of the document are a high-level summary. They're not the detail that you've seen, but when you've seen the detail of that mission, vision, goals document, know that it's been through quite a bit of vetting. It's been through that cycle and a lot of response and incorporation of feedback that we received. So the edits have included adding language to clarify the HCP's connection to timber-related economies and other job outcomes. Also edits to make sure fishing and hunting interests are recognized up front in the mission, vision, goals, high-level document, and a recognition that other species not specifically covered as HCP covered species will also benefit from this potential work. So those things have been reflected and called out in the mission, vision, goals document. The slide here is a summary of the main components. I'm not going to go into the details, as I said, but at a high level, the value of this HCP document is really a couple things. One, it provides a broader context for the development of this potential HCP, and specifically the context of the Endangered Species Act is one law that is specifically germane to HCPs, but it's not the only law or kind of driver of all the things that Department of Forestry and Board of Forestry has to address, I mean, namely greatest permanent value statute and rule. So it sets the broader context for how the HCP fits into the bigger picture for the board and department. The second value of the mission, vision, goals document is creating alignment, an alignment between the planning teams, so the steering committee, and then the policy level steering committee, and then the technical scoping team, but also alignment between the public, the stakeholders, and the larger public and the FTLAC around what this HCP at a high level, mission, vision, and then goals being the most specific level we've gotten to date, what the HCP would accomplish. So the purpose here of talking about it is to show an example of a work product that's gone through this cycle of iterative input and response, and also to make sure this fully vetted final draft document is in alignment with your vision for an HCP. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Troy to get into further HCP development and work products.
Great, thanks, Brett. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. My name is Troy Ramick with ICF. Nice to see you all again. I lead the technical team working to develop the HCP in conjunction with ODF staff and the scoping team and others. I'll talk a little bit more about all the layers of that and how it's working as we go here. I'm going to talk mostly today about conservation strategy, specifically biological goals and objectives, what they are, why we do them, and where we are in that process. And then I do have just one slide at the end to update you on the comparative analysis. Cindy mentioned that in the opening remarks, and I'll just give you an update on kind of where we are with that as well. So to start with, more colors and more arrows. We're good at that part for sure. This is Brett showed you the slide that broke down not just the HCP development process, but all of the other layers to the overall process. You've seen this before. This dives a little bit deeper into what it looks like putting an HCP together. And we've been with you before talking about some of those early arrows, kind of the environmental setting, covered activities, covered species pieces. I'm not going to go into those again today, but I do want to give you just one quick update on covered species. And again, remember, these are at the end of this process, we'll end up basically with permits from NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under the Endangered Species Act. And so those permits are for specific species, and we call those covered species. So just as a reminder, we are working with a set of species and thinking about how the covered activities, namely timber management, recreation, and other things, will or will not be affecting those species. And that's what the HCP is all about. When we first started this process, we had 16 covered species, and we talked early on about the fact that we dropped one. We dropped a fish species, lower Columbia steelhead, because as we got into our early analysis, we've just figured out that it doesn't really occur within our permit area on state lands that much, and could be something that we could manage around. We wouldn't have to actually incorporate it fully. So that brought us down to 15 covered species, and now I'm here to report that we're back up to 16. We've added one. And that is, we've decided to add the Oregon Coast spring Chinook. It was recently petitioned, NOAA Fisheries recently petitioned to consider that species for listing. That decision is still ongoing. We don't know if it will be considered for listing, or even if it will be listed if it is considered. But even without that, just knowing the fact that it's been petitioned, we thought it would be prudent to include it in our planning process as a covered species. If it's not listed, today, it probably will be, sometime in the future. And so we thought it would be prudent to do that. So back up to 16 species, 9 fish, 7 wildlife. So it's almost like it's where we started. Where we are in the process is about here, early November. And you can see just within that circle, there are a lot of moving parts. That's not uncommon for any process like this. We're at a stage where things get pretty iterative. We're thinking about, the covered activities and the covered species. What's the interaction or intersection of those? We're thinking about conservation strategies, timber harvest. How is that all going to work together? And so you can see that in this, in the oval there, and in the kind of where are we now, all of that sort of has to happen at the same time. It's not this, then that necessarily. It's kind of considering it all together. So that's where we are in the process now. And as I mentioned today, I'm going to focus primarily on the conservation strategy as it relates to that. And in future discussions, we'll get into all of these other elements, but just to give you some sense. And then, of course, as Brett mentioned, we will end up back here next September with a draft that includes all of these elements in great detail, and have a good discussion about how all of it works together. So conservation strategy, we use this phrase, which is really kind of 2 loaded words put together, and sometimes it gets a little bit conflated because there are individual conservation strategies that are used in these documents, and that is true. And then we also talk about a conservation strategy more broadly, which includes a lot of stuff. So today, what I'd like to do to start out with is just to explain a little bit, when we say conservation strategy, and when we put the conservation strategy for the HCP together, it means a lot of things, and just to walk through what those are. Namely, it includes biological goals and objectives, which I'm going to talk more about in the coming slides here. It also includes, and that really is like, what do we want to achieve with the HCP from a conservation perspective for our covered species? It also includes conservation actions. That's the specific things that happen on the ground to help us achieve the biological objectives. And then importantly, there are, I think, 2 other elements to the conservation strategy that we sometimes forget about or don't get mentioned as often. And that is, the conservation strategy will also create a program by which we can actually track the progress of the implementation of the conservation actions over time. So we'll actually know, it's actually a requirement of HCPs, we'll actually know, is this thing working? And I think that's a really important thing to remember. There will be a monitoring program that accompanies the HCP to help tell that story. And then lastly, it'll include an adaptive management program that allows us to adjust if we find out it's not working for whatever reason. Or maybe it's mostly working, but there are some elements that are not working. The adaptive management program allows us to make adjustments as we implement the program over time to make sure that we end up in the right place by the end of the permit term. So all of that together really then becomes the conservation strategy. It's not really just, it's not just riparian buffers, or it's not just, how do we protect terrestrial species? It's a whole bunch of, it's a collection of things that we put together in the HCP. So today we're going to focus on biological goals and objectives. This is one of the more important or sort of pivotal parts of the conservation strategy and really of the HCP generally. Biological goals and objectives are required in HCPs. So it's stated right in the Endangered Species Act in sort of the guidebook for how you do these things, what biological goals and objectives are and why you need them. And they probably said this before, but they sort of become the backbone of the conservation strategy. It's like in a very concise way, in a very concise manner, a way for us to describe exactly what we're trying to accomplish for the covered species in the HCP. Biological goals are like any other process, really. They're broad statements that sort of generally describe the desired future condition. Like, where do we want to be in the future? What world do we want to live in at the end of this HCP? Importantly, you need to develop goals for each of the covered species. So that is one thing that is required, but you can lump species together if there are commonalities in their ecology or in their geography where they're located, or if the conservation actions that you're using to achieve those goals, if there's a lot of overlap there. And we've actually done that with our covered fish species. We actually started the planning process having individual biological goals and objectives for each of our fish species, but as we went through the process, found that there was so much overlap that it was actually just more straightforward and easier to manage if we combined them into a group of aquatic goals and objectives that really apply to all fish species. Then on the biological objective side, this is where we get more specific. So the objectives are the incremental steps that you take towards achieving the goals. Pretty easy thing to think about there. They need to be quantifiable and measurable. And the reason why objectives get really important in the HCP planning process is that down the road, when we're all sitting around and asking, the question, is this thing working? It's what we mean by that is, are we achieving our biological objectives as stated in the HCP? So that's the test that the federal agencies will be, striving for as they sort of assess the program's effectiveness over time. So the objectives become really important and they need to be measurable for that reason. And then later in time, when we put together the monitoring program to help us answer that question, the monitoring program will be designed to answer that very question. Are we achieving the objectives? So where we are now in this process is we have developed what we're calling a conceptual draft of the biological goals and objectives. It's conceptual. It is specific in some ways, but it's also very general in some ways. And so, but I think the reason why we're calling it conceptual is because some of the most important pieces are not yet in there, and that is the numbers. So this is, we know the what, we don't yet know the where or the how much, and the where and the how much are the most important part. And so that's why it's sort of conceptual at this stage, but importantly, I think it is an important milestone in the development of the HCP because of the process that we've gone through to develop these conceptual goals and objectives. And it really does begin to paint the picture of what is the conservation strategy going to look like under this HCP. The process for developing the conceptual draft has been actually quite a lift by the technical team and the scoping team. So the draft was originally, drafted and worked on by the ICF technical team along with ODF's technical experts. We then went into a series of kind of live action workshops with the scoping team. Several of them were all-day meetings, mostly in July and August when we probably would have rather been outside doing other things. But the scoping team put a lot of time and effort in, and we ended up, I think, with this set of conceptual goals and objectives that's is in pretty good shape, certainly not done. And I'm going to talk about some of the feedback we've gotten already on it a little bit later. But we then took that draft and took it out and started talking to people about it, including all of the processes that Brett outlined in his presentation, talked to some small groups of stakeholders, some focus group meetings. We then discussed that draft at the meeting open to the public on October 15th and got some really good feedback at that meeting. And we're in the process now of, consolidating and bringing together all of the feedback we've gotten on that draft and putting it into a revised version that will then be going back to the scoping team later this month and find its way back to the steering committee in early December. So again, thinking about that kind of loop and feedback process that Brett outlined, that the biological goals and objectives are kind of now in that process. So a couple of slides just to summarize. I'm not going to go into great detail about the goals and objectives, and we can talk about them more later if you want. But 3 slides I think that really sum it up. One is that we have some important terminology that we settled on in these goals and objectives. And throughout the goals and objectives, you see the words conserve, maintain, and enhance a lot. Sometimes you see them all at the same time, conserve, maintain, and enhance, because sometimes we're doing all 3 of those things for certain species in certain places. And we thought it was important to come up with set terms that were defined and to use them purposefully so that we didn't get, sort of sideways on terminology there. And not necessarily to read them, but I think the point of this is that the reason we have conserve, maintain, and enhance is that we know in some cases, and again, we're thinking about the covered species here, in some cases, there are locations with, on state lands that are perfectly fine. They're operating well for the species. So in that case, we would simply want to conserve those. In other cases, there may be places where there is state lands are working well for the species, and we want to sort of like maintain it in that condition. We don't want it to get worse, but we're not necessarily saying we need to make it better. So we use the word maintain in a purposeful way. And then in other places, we may want to enhance the habitat value. And so again, this is kind of the what, and we're in the process of figuring out the how much and where of the conserve, maintain, and enhance we're going to do. But all 3 are important, and they're all 3, I think, an acknowledgement of kind of where we are with the sort of habitat value of state lands right now. I mentioned before that we have biological goals and objectives for each of our covered species, although we have combined our fish goals and objectives into one set of aquatic goals and objective 1 goal and a handful of objectives for fish species. So the 1 goal really, this is not the exact wording, it's really just a summary for the purposes of this presentation, but it's really to support the persistence of covered fish in the permit area by maintaining and enhancing habitat in the stream environment. The actual terminology that you'll see in that draft is a little bit longer and a little bit more precise and more detailed. There are then 4 objectives that support that goal, and they have to do with promoting long-term wood recruitment into the stream environment, enhancing the overall channel complexity through targeted enhancement projects, and then maintaining and enhancing water quality and quantity as it's defined for fish species in the permit area. And then lastly, capitalizing on opportunities to improve fish passage. So there's really kind of 4 objectives supporting that overall goal of allowing fish species to persist. And then on the terrestrial side, we actually do have an individual goal and a few objectives for each of our covered wildlife species. But there are some themes that run throughout. So we did treat them separately because it's not as easy to lump them together as it is the fish into the aquatic environment. So we have individual goals, but the themes that run throughout really have to do with, on the one hand, conserving, maintaining, and enhancing habitat that we know is occupied. Secondly, conserving, maintaining, and enhancing habitat that may not be occupied, or maybe we don't know if it's occupied, but it's certainly suitable. And then lastly, increasing the quality and quantity of habitat over time, over the permit term. So those 3 themes kind of run throughout the biological objectives for the terrestrial species. And before I pivot away from the biological goals and objectives and talk about the comparative analysis for a second, I think it's important to note that we're going through this exercise on the kind of the conservation strategy. And now we're just about at that point where we're also thinking about the timber management strategy and the covered activities, and thinking about, okay, now that we know generally what we think, at least the sort of like basic tenets of the conservation strategy might be, we can now think about, from the covered activity side, what are the basic tenets of the timber management strategy need to be, and how do those things interact, and where's the sort of give and take in that process. And so that's why in that original slide with all of the arrows and the oval, that's why all of those things have to happen at the same time, because there is that tension back and forth between those things, and we're sort of managing within that oval right now. So that's all I have to say about the kind of the conservation strategy and the biological goals and objectives. Before I leave and turn it back over to Brian and open it up for discussion, I just wanted to give one quick update on the comparative analysis. Cindy mentioned at the beginning that we are working along the way on the comparative analysis here, and this is in many ways an extension of the business case analysis that, sorry, did you?
I do have a question.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry.
want to go back.
Yeah.
You made it real clear that you have one set of goals for all covered fish species.
Yes.
And in your slides, you only have one set of goals. Are all terrestrial wildlife species lumped, or are there?
No, they're not.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, there's actually an individual goal and a series of objectives for each wildlife species. I just kind of summarized it on the slide just for expediency today, but yeah, that's right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. So on the comparative analysis, just a little bit of an update on where we are. So a reminder, as Cindy mentioned, this is really an extension of the business case analysis that we did last year, and we talked to you all about that kind of got us into the phase 2 process, the development of the HCP. We are broadening that comparative analysis now to think about more than just economics, to think about a few other things as well. And we're currently sort of in the beginning of developing the methodology on that. And really where we are is we're sort of at the stage where we're selecting what variables are we going to be assessing under the comparative analysis, and what can be compared across the planning efforts, and I'll talk about that in a second. But where we've landed really is within 3 major categories, I would say. One, economic, which is I think pretty easy to understand, has a lot to do with volume and revenue, and all of the variables that come along with timber management, and how we would like to compare that across planning efforts. The other is the second one is conservation. This is focused mostly, or I'd say primarily, around the species that are listed as covered species under the HCP. And we're thinking about, remember I mentioned earlier the idea of increasing the quality and quantity of habitat over time. And so as part of this comparative analysis process, we want to be able to say something about what does that look like under these different planning efforts? How does habitat change both in quantity and value over time? And then more broadly, also thinking about kind of at the landscape level, what can we say between these different planning efforts as it relates to kind of landscape level connectivity, resilience of the forest more generally, and what does that mean broadly for other species beyond those that are listed or that are covered under the HCP. And then lastly, we'll be looking at some social factors. So some of that relates to carbon storage, some of that relates to recreation opportunities, primarily access to recreation, and then a few other things. And so we're sorting out kind of what variables need to be assessed and compared. And I think an important thing to point out about that is that as we look at how this is going to play out over time, potentially with the idea of comparing, at various points next year, current FMP, revised FMP, and then ultimately an FMP to an HCP, we have to make sure that we have enough information on each of those variables to make sort of apples to apples comparisons across those efforts. And so that has really weighed in certainly to the selection process as we've gone on here. So, yes.
Does the social include the economic impact to jobs and such? Will that be a part of the analysis?
It not exactly, and Cindy can certainly weigh in on this too, probably. It's certainly, I would say on the economic side, we will get to a place where we can talk about revenue that is generated, from the different planning efforts. And then, my understanding is there will be probably or likely a separate effort looking at how that revenue generated, where it's generated, and how much would then translate into things like jobs and other services, et cetera. So I think there will be a kind of a place where we take it up to a point with this comparative analysis, and then maybe some follow-on work will assess that kind of information. Is that fair?
Yeah, I've got a couple of points across a couple of different slides.
That's great. Yeah, I'm done. So go for it.
Okay.
Unless Brian wants to-
When you were going through the objectives sort of for the covered fish, I noticed that previous slide you spent a fair amount of time with the terminology, the conserve, maintain, and enhance.
Yes.
That was not carried through, so we had words like promote.
Yes. Yes.
And it seems like if we've gone through and bothered to define what we mean by some terms, it might be worth using that, or if we're going to promote large wood recruitment, let's define what that means.
Yep, absolutely.
It would make more sense to me if we're conserving, maintaining, and enhancing large wood than promoting, because I don't know what promote means, but you've defined the others for me. So that's one. Secondly, just overall on those aquatic objectives, fish passage certainly is important, as are channel complexity, which you enhance, but I'd conserve and maintain that as well. We've got some systems where we've got some we want to conserve and some where we want to maintain and some where we want to enhance, although that's a whole nother, I prefer restore to enhance, but that's a whole nother side thing. But it seems to me like when we're talking about fish habitat, in particular, when we're talking about freshwater fish habitat, we want to pay attention to passage, but we also explicitly want to make some attention to spawning and rearing habitat. They are different. I think we need to have objectives that deal specifically with both of those separate kinds of habitat needs in order to, be able to measure our progress through time, assuming we get an approved HCP. Channel complexity is not going to tell me in and of itself whether or not we're making progress on restoration of listed species. You need to have those separate things. Similarly, on water quality and quantity, those are nice variables, but the timing at which the water quality and quantity is present in the environment is at least as important as how much is there when, or how much is there, it's when it's there. So I would tend to suggest that we don't just care about quality and quantity, but the timing at which it's present in the environment. Those are those. Back a couple further where you were talking about the conservation strategy, and you mentioned that you're going to track progress through monitoring. The question I have is, are we talking about implementation monitoring, effectiveness monitoring, or both? And particularly if we're going to use the monitoring as the feedback loop that might adjust implementation of the HCP, we probably want to be monitoring both implementation and effectiveness as two distinct things. And I would suggest that the plan development process, think about those as real separate technical kinds of things that we need feedback from. And then finally, on your comparative analysis, we've had a number of discussions over time on various different decisions regarding economic analysis. And I think from my perspective, it's really important that we come up with measures within the economic categories that will in fact produce really a comprehensive economic analysis that looks at both costs and benefits in a comprehensive fashion, and that we're not just talking about jobs or revenues as the outputs of thing. We also need to look at the economic costs associated with various different actions. I think that's my rundown for you.
Could I respond real quickly? Yeah. So just a couple of quick thoughts. Great. Thank you. Great comments. One on I think your first point about promote versus conserve and enhance and the terminology there. I think you hit on one of the kind of themes of the early feedback we've gotten on that. We tried hard to get to dial in the language there, but of course we did miss on a few of those things. And so we are continuing to work on that, and that is something that others picked up on as well. So that's good. And then skipping down to the monitoring piece, there will be both. The answer is there will be both. What you call implementation and effectiveness, we sometimes call compliance and effectiveness. It is required that we have both compliance. So for others, compliance basically is did you do it? Did you do what you said you were going to do? And effectiveness is, was it effective or did it work? And so we will be doing both of those things. And the effectiveness monitoring piece is really the one that I think, as it relates to the biological objectives, that will really feed back into kind of the adaptive management program. So, yeah.
And on that, I know in previous HCPs that I've been involved with, it's really important to sort of build in the hard triggers. You know, if compliance monitoring indicates, you know, that you're falling behind on this, there has to be some repercussion for that. If you're complying, you're doing everything you want, but it's not having the outcome you anticipate, you need to have a hard revision to make adjustments rather than just continuing to do what was written when you find out it does not do what you anticipated.
Indeed. Yep. Thank you.
But I'd look at triggers on both implementation and effectiveness or compliance effectiveness.
You bet. Thank you. Yep.
Keep going.
Oh, I guess I had one more.
Oh, that's great. I'll let you cover that one.
Sorry. So where are we headed next? I guess, and that was actually, I think, was a good break there for questions, because now we're transitioning a little bit. So I talked about the biological goals and objectives. That's what we've been up to now, and we're now taking a deep dive into those conservation actions. So the things actually on the ground that will be occurring to help us achieve those objectives. And then at the same time, also working on some sort of policy level timber harvest modeling. So thinking about what timber management is going to look like at a policy level. And so using those words purposefully, knowing that we're just doing that at a level that is enough to help inform policies as it relates to the HCP at this stage. And then the outcome of those two things will really be what we call the effects analysis. So as we better understand what the timber management strategies are going to be, we now are getting a better idea of what their covered species habitat quality and quantity is on the landscape, and we intersect those two things, and that's part of the effects analysis. And so that all is going to be coming together in the coming months here. So that's just a little kind of peek into the future as to where we're going next. Now,
Before you go on, if I could add sort of one other thing back on that multicolored, multi-lined, multi-arrowed graph of how you're organizing your...
I won't say which one, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, the stakeholder involvement maze that shows a number of work products that you're developing along the way. I would encourage you, there's a number of board meetings that come on, through there. I would encourage you to make some, at least synoptic presentations to the board as you're going along with those work products, so that they don't hit the board all at the end in September. Okay. That we're familiar with the steps that you've been taking.
I have a sort of a related question or issue to that, which is looking at all of those arrows that are interrelated. What is the level of confidence that we'll stay on that schedule, which is becoming ever more critical, I think, for us? And this is sort of borrowing from a question Cindy had on the previous topic, but if how resilient is that schedule to, a bad fire season?
Cindy, Brian, do you mind if I take this one really quick first? Because I can't answer that part of it, but I think what I did forget to point out is in April of next year, unless your board meeting schedule changes, you'll hear from us again then. So the Gantt chart, what Board Member Williams, you described as the maze, that sets us up for kind of when do we come back to you. But I think, Chair Imeson, on your question of how resilient is the process to the things that go on, and are we on schedule? I'll leave it to the team here.
So I'll start with that. When we have a militia model, and that means that everybody's on deck when the bell rings, right? That's the story. But we have to balance it. So every district has an adequate level of protection. But when we have one district with a lot more fires, we begin to send equipment from other districts to that. But every district has a drawdown plan because initial attack is the #1 priority. And so we'll only send so much so that no district is left without initial attack capability. There's tensions around that, and we, I'm sure Doug at some other time could give you some details of the conversations that happen around that. We also do that for all of our divisions. So all of our divisions have drawdown plans, and we have these frank discussions at executive team. And so while I think it was in 2017, WALT was a high priority project, a new technology for business planning in state forest, and we held those people back. They were pulled from the militia. And so in terms of staying on track for the importance of the HCP, we will weigh those in and make those kind of decisions. So, and that would apply for any of our tasks, up to the point where the whole state's on fire and we're not worried about whether we get an HCP or not. But,
Well, because I raised it in part because at some point, 4 of us have terms that expire this year. Yes, some sooner, but if it were to seriously extend, then you'd have an additional complexity of having to get other people up to speed on these issues, which could cause further delay. So I think we really need to do everything we can do to stay on the schedule that you've outlined.
Yeah, I think I'll just add a little context and on the schedule part of it. And Peter's absolutely right. We always put together our high priority projects and X for exception. This year it was our litigation that we were handling, and this coming year will obviously be the HCP project. So just for a little context, we each represent on this table teams of teams, and there's probably 40 people behind us, working behind the scenes on a daily basis, whether it's public outreach or the technical side. And so there is that. And I bring this up because there are things that are outside of our control, because in addition to that, we're working with the 2 federal agencies a lot and several other Oregon agencies too. And so there are some things on the schedule that might be out of our control. I know last year when the federal government shut down, that put a kink in some of our schedule for about 6 weeks, and we were able to catch up. But as best our
They ought to
knowledge.
be in good shape until the end of September.
So that's just something to keep in mind. As much as we can control it, we will be on schedule. So thank you. And I think one more thing, we plan to come in April for an update, and then we also plan to come in June for an update, and then September for that decision. So it will be many times that we keep information on the work products and also the public engagement in front of you.
So Brian, in April, will you be able to get an indication of the important thing, where and how much? You mentioned where and how much as far as conservation strategies. I mean, in April, we'll get a sense of that.
Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, I think so, yes.
If there are no more questions on this piece of it, on the HCP piece of it, I'd suggest we take a break and resume at 2:10, and we'll take up the FMP.
That sounds good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We'll get back going here. So we did have, I added one more slide based on feedback as people were looking at the materials, and I want to walk through that when we'll pull the presentation back up. And
that when you've got all your comments on it, I'm sure you want to
so
not do that.
Yes, we have lots of notes behind the scenes, so thank you for not looking at that. As we know, as we heard, the HCP is a great compliance tool for the Endangered Species Act, but it is not the whole management plan. to manage Oregon's state forests to implement greatest permanent value. So the question has arisen of, well, what does that forest management plan look like? So a couple of terminologies. This is early on, and as we come to you in April and June and September, we'll continue these discussions. But I'll let you know how we're thinking about it now and how we're planning to address that. And the first thing I'd say, the term we're using is a companion forest management plan, i.e. a companion to the HCP. We plan to start developing that in September if you all decide to take the HCP into the next step, which is the phase 3 of the NEPA process. We would start developing the companion forest management plan. So the question we get is, wow, you know, you've got this alternative forest or revised forest management plan, you've got the current forest management plan, and then you have to do a companion. What does that really look like? And what it really looks like is a hybrid of all three, where we take the best parts and pieces that fit best and pretty much cut and paste them into this companion plan, for lack of a better technical term. And some examples there is the current plan has a lot of good items in it that work well, but the geographic scope is different than the permit area of the HCP, because the HCP covers all of Western Oregon. Their current plan does not cover Southwest, nor does it cover Coos and Douglas County, the Elliott lands parcels that we still manage. So that's an example. Another thing that we are really proud of, and it's come out well, is the new revised plan is a much more useful document, a much more useful tool to inform the public, but also for our staff. And it's just, you know, technical changes of how it's formatted and how the language is wrote out. So that's a framework that we would keep in there. And then what this slide is attempting to do, and don't get caught up on the words, it's more the concept of, on the left side, these are chapters in the forest management plan: the introduction, the vision, the strategies, the guidelines, and the adaptive management. What this slide is showing, in the HCP, we have these things developed in there: the timber and forest goals, the aquatic species, the roads and access and recreation, which would inform the forest management plan, that companion plan. And so this is an example of the information in the HCP that would be complementary in there. And so that's how we're going to get to that drafted companion forest management plan. Okay. So with that, I'm going to jump ahead a few. Okay, we're in the right spot. And so now we're kind of switching gears a little bit. Actually, just checking around the table, is there any questions on the habitat conservation plan before we switch to the forest management plan?
We did them.
Okay. So on the revised forest management plan, this is work that we've begun years ago, and it really had good reasons to start revising the plan. And if you all remember, the two primary reasons back in 2012 were to increase financial viability of the State Forest Division and improve conservation outcomes. And so those were our guiding goals that are still valid today, by all means. Those are important goals. But there's also other things that we have been working on that kind of improve from the current plan. And one is really addressing the uncertainty around climate change, that we've added that in there. We've also added parts about measurable outcomes, where we can have more expectations and more measurable expectations of what the plan's going to deliver. We've also, like I talked about, made it a more useful tool and more useful document. But then the other side of that is really focused on being able to implement it across the geographic area in a way that's effective and efficient and really manages Oregon's forest well. And so that's another important element that we've been working on in the revised plan. So those are things to remember as we, think about why are we doing this. The other thing to really remember back from 2012 when we started this is we always said that a policy change in the forest management plan would be helpful with those things, but it would not solve all our problems. And some of our problems had to be solved internally by doing our business improvements. And we've spent years working on that, and really has culminated with a lot of new business practices and a whole new organizational structure to implement those business practices. We are, mid-stride of changing that. And so we're getting to completion there. And then the third piece, so it's the policy change on the plan, it's improving our internal business. And then the third piece that we continue to work on, and we have a long ways to go, is the diversifying the revenue and changing those revenue streams and through a variety of things of public-private partnerships and public monies. And we continue to work on that. So we do have to keep that in mind. It's all three of those elements, and the plan being one important part of it. So Justin, I'm going to turn it over to him. We're making very good progress and we're really near completion on drafting the revised plan. With that.
Thank you, Brian. So Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board, for the record, I'm Justin Buttress, policy analyst for the division and the project manager for the forest management plan project. So today I'm just providing a brief update on that project as we continue to work toward bringing that informational package in April on a proposed take avoidance FMP option. Oops. So the division is working on multiple fronts to bring a full suite of information to the board. This includes the draft FMP itself, a comparative analysis, the one that Troy mentioned or discussed at length earlier today, public engagement process that would include a summary of that public input and the feedback that we've received, as well as a science review. So we've scheduled a special meeting of the board to coincide with the regularly scheduled meeting in April of 2020. Where the board will receive this information, hear presentations from the consultants that are assisting us in doing this work, and decide if the proposed alternative better meets GPV than the current FMP in the context of improving financial and conservation outcomes. So I'm just going to run through each of these four products briefly, and we'll have plenty of time to answer any questions should you have some. So first is the draft FMP itself. Here we sought to make some improvements, which I've highlighted here on the slide for you. So we're in the final stages of developing our proposed draft FMP. In September, we held a workshop that was open to the public to engage with stakeholders on our proposed measurable outcomes. We've integrated the feedback into the plan that we received at that workshop, and we're finalizing the draft report from that workshop as well. The report, along with the FMP, will be released later this month. The draft FMP represents the division's best alternative to the current forest management plan. It's intended to provide for GPV while implementing take avoidance. We sought to make improvements in financial and conservation outcomes, as well as plan flexibility, how the plan communicates the management of state forests, the consistency of how various policy and planning elements are maintained, and the adaptive management framework. The second piece of information that we'll be bringing to you in April is around our public engagement process. So as I just mentioned, we're going to make that draft proposed FMP available later this month to the public. At that same time, we'll also be continuing our robust public engagement process. Our goal is to get meaningful feedback from interested publics and to make adjustments to the plan where possible to bring the board the best possible FMP proposal. To that end, we've developed an online survey to receive feedback with special focus on the goals, strategies, and measurable outcomes of the plan. We've also scheduled a workshop open to any interested party on December 4th. That'll be here in the Tillamook Room in Salem. And then also on December 5th, we're holding a special meeting of the State Forest Advisory Committee, also known as SFAC. SFAC consists of a broad group of stakeholders representing a variety of interests and values. Their primary mission is to provide advice on the implementation of the forest management plan in the Northwest Oregon area. Feedback from this group is especially valuable given the broad representation and their informed insights on the challenges and opportunities the division faces in managing state forest lands for greatest permanent value. And finally, we have a meeting scheduled with the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee on December 13th to hear from the county representatives, so they'll be informed and can provide feedback to the board as required by statute. And we expect we'll be closing the window on public input toward the end of the year. The third element is the comparative analysis that Troy discussed at length earlier. So this analysis, just as a reminder, will compare the outcomes from the current FMP to the proposed FMP. Variables representing social, economic, and environmental outcomes will be analyzed. And some of the variables will be analyzed qualitatively, for example, recreation and cultural benefits values, while others will be analyzed quantitatively. The methods and data used to compare the current FMP to the proposed FMP will be the same as with the comparison between the current FMP and the HCP, so that the results are readily comparable between the three options. And finally, the fourth piece of information is the science review. So the division put out a request for proposals in order to have a group of experts in several key disciplines provide a scientific evaluation of the draft plan that we've established. We're seeking input from experts in the fields of forest ecology, forest economics, riparian ecology, wildlife ecology, natural resource sociology, and geology. The science review will continue past the closing of public input to ensure the review is done on the version of the plan that will be before the board in April. And the evaluation of the plan will focus on whether the plan is scientifically robust and based on the best available science, and on whether the plan is likely to achieve the outcomes it sets out to achieve. We're not asking for a GPV assessment, as that is a policy decision of the board. However, they will be analyzing the economic, social, and environmental aspects of the proposed plan. So just to provide a brief summary of the timeline as we're looking forward from today with the meeting in April. In the next week or so, or actually probably toward the end of the month, the FMP will be out on the streets and the online comment form will be made available. In the first 2 weeks of December, we have those 3 public meetings that I mentioned scheduled to workshop the proposed FMP and get feedback. We expect we'll cut off public comment around January 1. And then in April, we'll bring the reports of the comparative analysis, the science review, the public engagement, and then of course that final draft proposed FMP to the board for you all to decide on whether or not you like that option or the current one. So with that, open it up for any questions and a discussion.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, make sure I'm understanding all the moving parts here. So the next decision point for the HCP is in September, is that correct? And at that time, if we choose to continue to move forward with the HCP, then there would be a companion forest management plan developed that would include parts of perhaps something new, the revised plan and the current plan.
That is correct. And I think we're all tracking is because the revised plan and the current plan both implement take avoidance.
Yeah.
So they would have to have major changes.
Major changes.
A hybrid approach as I.
So that's it. That's if we continue to move forward with the HCP. If we reject the HCP at that point, then we would logically make a decision about which plan to follow if we didn't make that decision in April. Is that, am I getting that right?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
All right, thanks. I just want to make sure I had that right.
I've got some similar timing questions. It seems like sort of in the global perspective, what's before us as the 3 alternatives is stay with the current plan, stay with the HCP companion FMP, or go with the new draft take avoidance FMP. Seems like that's 3 sides of the same decision, and it seems really unduly and unnecessary complicated to have a process that doesn't have those 3 decisions made concurrently. And given the time extensions that we've had on the HCP/companion FMP, it seems like, you know, sort of, it would be peculiar to me if we made a decision in April on the draft take avoidance FMP versus the current plan, and then revisited it again in September with respect to the companion FMP HCP. You know, it's basically all one decision. Which of these 3 tracks do we think is the best one? And I don't see how, unless we have the information associated with all 3 tracks, that we could be making an independent decision on the new take avoidance FMP versus the current FMP in April. You know, it seems like we need to somehow bring these together so that we've got all of the information on all 3 options before us at the same time when we're making a decision about which direction we want to go. I don't know if other board members feel the same, but it seems a little disjointed if we try to do it otherwise.
Well, I agree with you, Cindy. I think after we're done here with these questions and discussions, we have public comment. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think I'd like to hear from the public about what their views might be before we think about any changes. But I do tend to agree with you, Cindy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can track making a decision on the FMP in April. I can track that. I guess I can see both sides of that, quite frankly. But I can also see comparing the 2 FMPs in April also. So I guess I see both sides of that, really. And I agree. Let's listen to public comment and see what comes out of that.
Good to get some staff feedback on.
Yeah.
No,
Listening to the conversation, I think there is good points. And remember, you know, Liz and I and with others put this process in place about 2 years ago, and the board's comments at the retreat and other things, this may be a pathway or a time that we want to change the pathway. And so we're open to that idea if we want to change what we're doing, recognizing that things have changed a lot in the last 2 years. And one of the things, or a couple of things that come to mind for me, is that, as you just heard, we are making really good progress on the HCP development. And, you know, you've seen the charts and all the engagement. We've got a long ways to go, but at this point, we're making really good progress. And when we set up that April decision date, we had just started the HCP, so we didn't know where we'd be at in the development. So that is one point. That being said, making good progress, we feel really strongly that we need a backup plan. And at this point, the revised take avoidance plan, you know, would be that backup plan if in September you all don't decide to take the HCP or direct us to take the HCP into the NEPA process. So that is really a key element of that. Is the revised plan could be the really preferred alternative on a backup. The other thing, and we've mentioned it a little bit, but it is of key importance to keep making good progress, keep doing those negotiations on the HCP and make sure we continue along. And we have those regular check-ins with the board to do that. And so the last thing I would say is if it's possible that we could bring, if you don't want to vote in April, we could bring the revised plan to you as an informational item. The one thing I would say is the publics really want to see the plan, and as you heard Justin say, maybe if you flip back to the timeline, I could get this.
The next, I mean, I think what Justin said, there's an expectation, and you're ready to get increased, you know, to do stakeholder involvement on that plan. I think the question that's being raised is there, what makes the most sense in terms of when board action occurs? Is it more sensible to do so when we're also making a decision about HCP, which will, whatever we do, as has been said, will have an impact on what the FMP is? I mean, at least I'm not hearing anybody say that we shouldn't go ahead and take these other steps that would be taken. It's a matter of when is board action most appropriate? Okay, the question that's being raised.
Yeah, and I think that's a good discussion, and we'll hear from the publics too. And I would say the other thing is, if we're not going to have board action in April, we could have a possibility of reducing the workload by not doing the scientific review and not doing the comparative analysis, because that's really supporting information for a decision. And so that's an option.
Then would that be, when would that be done? Yeah.
Yeah.
Done against all three? Against three options.
Well, that's what I'm not clear on.
We've got options here. And so what we're trying to do is reduce the workload if we're trying to do that and not vote. And so that comparative analysis wouldn't be really necessary. Well, I guess we're open to what the board wants. And if you
Jump in?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I was part of the board that started this process with you 2 years ago. And I think, first, I think we've discussed a lot about the reasons why you're working on a new draft FMP, and I think those are still valid personally. And beyond all the reasons you listed today, there are also some stand-specific needs related to Swiss needle cast and the alder and everything else that we wanted to build in more specifically into this plan. So I definitely want you to keep pushing this thing forward. What I think I was hearing Brenda and Cindy say is, let's just try to integrate the decision-making, sort of the joint consideration and decision-making, because right now I think there's confusion about what would a decision in April mean. If you asked us to vote in April, what does that actually mean? If a vote in September sort of makes that vote null and void, right?
Yep.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
But for clarification, there would still be a comparative analysis
Yeah.
done, regardless. It
Yeah.
would just be pushed out later.
And the comparative analysis would be comparing the new take avoidance FMP draft, the HCP companion FMP option, and the current plan. Those are the three choices we have. We can either decide to stick with the current plan, we can go with the new take avoidance plan, or we can go to the HCP FMP plan.
That's not,
And I want those compared.
that's not quite what I heard. So I'm going to try to get clarification again here, maybe. So we have a revised FMP that we will hear about in April. We have a current plan that we're working on now. But whether we implement either of the current plan or the revised plan is dependent upon what we decide to do with the HCP in September, correct?
That is correct.
And then if we decide to move forward with the HCP, then there will not be a companion plan yet. There would be one developed from all these different parts. Is that correct?
Yep, the hybrid
Okay.
approach.
So I think that it's great that all this work has been done, and it provides the foundation for a companion plan in the future. It's also great that all this work has been done if we decide not to go forward with the HCP, because then you have a plan that we can compare with the current plan as a take avoidance plan. But then I think, this is my question, do we then have at that point a scientific review of that revised plan at that point, or does that come now? I'm still not clear on that.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe I'll take a step back and try to explain it another way. And really, the April decision was kind of a narrowing of the decision spaces around which take avoidance plan. And then in September, it really is, does the board want to do take avoidance or programmatic review or programmatic compliance with the HCP? And if it does with the HCP, we would write that companion plan and that would be where the comparative analysis would come in and the scientific review. And where I'm getting a little bit hung up around is if we change the plan, we do have a lot of options, but if we change the plan, in my mind, how much additional work do we want to put into that backup plan? And those comparative analysis, it's a lot of modeling, it's a lot of economic work. And if that's not the direction that we're going to go with take avoidance, then the staff would be doing a lot of work which distracts from other projects where we could focus more on the HCP and focus more on that companion plan. And along the way, keep the board updated on the negotiations.
That was my concern originally, was efficiency. You know, are we being most efficient in moving forward with a decision? And it seems to me that freeing up staff time to work on the HCP so we can get to a decision point as soon as possible with that is a more efficient decision point than investing staff time into something that may or may not be the backup plan anyway. So, anyway.
So let's just kind of going to the end game. When do we finish all of this? Changing the decision in April becomes impactful if we choose next September not to move ahead with the HCP, right? And it would then probably affect the timeline on moving ahead with that revised FMP if we were choosing that option. Otherwise, it would not have an impact on significant impact on the timing of any of this. Am I correct?
That's right. And the way I envision it is, if we bring you the revised HCP or the revised FMP in April as an informational item, you know, we would present it to you, have the public comment on it, put it on the shelf, and wait till see what happens in September. And if September came and didn't move the HCP into stage 3, the NEPA process, we would definitely grab that thing and do the scientific review, do the comparative analysis.
And the advantage would be that we would have more staff time to focus in the meanwhile on the HCP, since we're not doing as much work, not doing the scientific review during that period.
That's correct.
So in that scenario, would the decision, let's say, no HCP, the FMP that's presented in April is a live item at that point again, but we wouldn't have done the science review. So we would then have to do that. So we wouldn't really be making a decision on the FMP until some point further out. I'm just trying to understand all of the little.
Yeah, I look at it a different way. The decision in September is really which endangered species compliance mechanism best fits Oregon State Forest. And if we do that with the HCP, if we decide that's what it is, then we would write that companion plan. And if not, we would go back to the take avoidance. Peter?
I think the thing that's a little bit confusing, in order to say whether the HCP is a preferred path, you need a comparative analysis with the alternative. And the original thought was decide which FMP is better. That becomes the alternate take avoidance strategy. Then in September, you compare those two, forest management plan with take avoidance and forest management plan with HCP. I think there are options here now that we wouldn't say do the comparative analysis between the two FMPs, and that so we don't have a preferred FMP and we don't quite have a companion. I think staff is still noodling on then what's the comparative analysis we bring you in September. I don't think that's an insurmountable problem.
And that's something, is that not a decision that needs to be made now, obviously?
Right.
It could be made at the April meeting or subsequent.
Or it could be made in January as a board. We bring our board work plans to you about, and the same with the science review. Currently, we have a contract out for the science review. It hasn't closed yet. So we're operating on, you're asking, should we go ahead with a science review when we don't know if we have a viable contractor yet? But so I think the decision that we could stay focused on here today is, do we need the decision in April? And then on the parts, whether we want to like do some comparative analysis before then, or some science review could be deferred until January after staff's had more time. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that would be the best. As you can see, I'm trying to struggle to navigate and be responsive to you, but really, meeting with my team and talking through what, if we don't vote in April, what September would really look like and what would be the best information for the board to have and the best kind of decision space to put you into.
A little more technical thing is the board, regardless of what we say today, it's more a statement of our intent today. The board could take any motion that anybody proposes in April, whatever it is, related to this. So it's just that we won't have done, I think the decision that's relevant to this is we wouldn't have done the scientific review in advance of that April meeting. So we could be less likely to make that kind of a decision too. But I mean, you can't bind a future board, but you can state what the intent of the board is, which I think is important to do.
So just in terms of timing, obviously, whenever it is that we make the decision, I think we would all like to have the comparative analysis and the scientific review. And so the question is, from a staff perspective, do you see a workflow benefit to having that due in time for a decision in September as compared to a decision in April? Is there any difference in your workflow timing if we're making all of the decisions in September and therefore want all of the decision information before us for that September decision as compared to April? And does that make a difference to you?
Yes, of course. I mean, just the time difference of several more months would give us more time to do the work. And again, doing the work would be the comparative analysis and negotiating and working and developing on the HCP too. So that would help.
Is that what you were actually suggesting, or were you suggesting not doing it at all before September?
I really prefer Peter's recommendation, which would be to bring it as an informational item in April, think through what September looks like and have that discussion, this, September decision and supporting materials. I mean, that's what we're talking about, is supporting materials in January in the work plan, because as Peter mentioned earlier in the meeting, those work plans have a lot of items in them. And, really that would give us a chance to have a more holistic picture of all the work that we're working on and stuff. So, but yes, Cindy, that would free us up for April and take some workload and pressure off there.
Okay. Or any other comment here before we go to public? We do have folks who have signed up for this, who may well have perspective on this discussion as well. So with the idea that you're staying obviously in the room, we'll have you back. We have Ray Jones, Seth Barnes, and Bob Van Dyke.
I'll go ahead and go first. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes. I work for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. So I wanted to make a couple of comments regarding the conversation thus far around the FMP and HCP. First of all, I want to put on record the need for a viable FMP. It's been well documented certainly over the 5 years I've been involved, and for many years prior to that, for some of you and some of us in terms of the stakeholders, that this has been a plan that needs revision for many years.
Over that period.
Yeah. And for a myriad of reasons, as Nils, as you pointed out, right? I also want to clarify that the current plan, I mean, as much as we talk about it being a take avoidance, or the department talks about it being a take avoidance plan, it's clear that the current plan was not intended to be a take avoidance plan. It is not actually a take avoidance plan. It strives to create habitat, which is by definition a plan that would be coupled with some sort of programmatic agreement allowing you to do that. That is not the type of plan you would create for take avoidance. So considering this a plan, a fallback plan, should the HCP not work, considering the current plan, the fallback is ludicrous. It should not be something that is considered by this board. It will put you back in the same box that you're in right now. And so to that end, the need for the new FMP is super important, and you need to continue working on that. A couple of points I wanted to bring up in terms of the comparison analysis that's been talked about here. First of all, as I looked at the slides here that were given to us, there's talk about being a closed comment period sometime in mid-December for this current plan. How does that make any sense if we don't even have a comparison to what this plan actually is? As a stakeholder, I don't even have that plan in hand, and when I get it, I have no comparison to any baseline relevant to anything. How am I supposed to give you relevant comments in 2 weeks and then not have another comment on that plan for 8 months? That seems arbitrary and unnecessary, frankly. And while I'm there, I'd like to say that once it does get compared, it needs to have a viable and real baseline that is compared to. And you've heard us say this before, but what are these lands capable of producing? That is the baseline. What are we giving up? What is the delta that's being served up in terms of the conservation add? That's super important for this board to consider and have in front of you. And that is not the current FMP. The current FMP is, as I just said, is not even a take avoidance plan. And so it needs to be relevant to the baseline, which is ultimately the Forest Practices Act. At some point soon, we all need real information with regards to this HCP. And with all due respect to the department, I've heard so many times that we're having good conversations, that we're making progress. I don't know what any of that means. And frankly, I don't know that you know what any of that means. We still don't know where the department is in this process, really. And so it's time to start showing your work. We need that kind of information so that we can all collectively understand what kind of progress is being made. And then lastly, in terms of an HCP, one of the real take-homes, whether you're interested in conservation or timber production or whatever, or somewhere in between, is the durability of the plan. And that plan has to be durable. And that's why we're talking about 50, 70 years here. It can't be a plan that's set up to change on a whim or change constantly throughout that 70 years. Otherwise, the business case analysis that we make is a joke. We have to have durability, and that means that we need to make decisions that are sound and that last, right? An HCP is not, to that end, an open checkbook. It also should be noted that it's additive. 60% of the lands in Oregon, the forest lands in Oregon, are federal lands. It is not a requirement for anybody getting an HCP that you recover all of those species on your lands. That is not the standard for an HCP. And so I would just remind you of that this is supposed to be additive to the other things that are being done. And in terms of, what is the threshold and what are you doing to add to that, the conversation in terms of a listed species. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Amison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. My testimony just is about half of what it was going to be. I concur with Seth's statements around baseline, accountability, measurability, transparency when it comes to voting on options. That's so important. And I think just an ad lib comment, my 9 years working on this forest management plan idea, I think one of the tripping points along the way has been lack of transparency. And I'm not saying anybody's done that on purpose, but a lot of times the full information comes at such a late date, there's not a chance to look at it. There's not a chance for the board to review it. And in many cases, not particularly with this board, but several boards ago, people didn't know what they were voting on. There wasn't measurable outcomes to really look at, to weigh alternatives against. And so I just urge the department and the board to have that in front of them. So I'll narrow my comments down to the need for more revenue with this new FMP. And there are several reasons for this. And obviously, an increase in revenues, which is my second, underneath the second bullet point in my written testimony, gives badly needed revenue to the counties, but it also gives badly needed revenue to the department for important basic functions of their program. And one of those is the creation of I call it a robust annual timber inventory update and maintenance program. I know the department wants to do that. And I know in the past year and a half, they've made efforts to do that, but there's not enough money to go around from revenues within the plan. And that's such a fundamental function. I've testified to this in the past, probably some people don't want me to talk about it anymore, but it's so important, I can't help myself but to do it. Credible inventory information is necessary for those resource folks to make short-term and long-term decisions that they have confidence in. And that confidence is lacking because of the quality of the data. Seth didn't talk about a monitoring program. And as we've been going through this whole program starting a long time ago, I think one of the lacking elements, and probably lacking because of funding, not the want to, is a credible and sustainable monitoring program. And I think that's a key point in determining whether your new plan is successful or not. It's one of the elements anyway. The conversion of alder and underproductive lands and Swiss needlecast lands. As I've looked at other drafts of the plan, as the department's been working on it, I've encouraged the department, I would encourage you as a board to really challenge the department to call this out as an item of high importance embedded within the plan. And what I mean by that is there's over 100,000 acres that lands would fit that category. And there should be a near-term, long-term plan about how to convert those lands with milestones and benchmarks. So the department is accountable to that initiative. So you can see progress over time with that initiative. And I think absent that, there's always priorities in everybody's work plate, and it could get shuffled off to the side. And so I would encourage that to be called out as a high action item within the plan. I think I'll end it right there. I think Seth covered most of my other points. Thank you.
Board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. Well, I'm happy to say that the other commenters today covered a lot of my points as well, which is that to the extent I heard, we're still frankly waiting for details despite the many years of process here. And I mean many years. I can't tell you what the sketch of this new forest management plan is going to look like. That is going to be released in December and then open for or this month will be released and then open for comments for a couple weeks, it sounds like. I agree with them that for us to be able to evaluate it, we'll need significant detail, but also some accompanying analysis of some sort to let us know how it compares to something, the current plan or other plans. So I guess I just say I'm surprised to come this far in a process and actually not really have much idea about what's going to be in the forest management plan. I agree with Ray in particular about the need for monitoring, a strong monitoring strategy. The department used to have a really ample monitoring program, but that's one of the things that was largely eliminated when the budget cuts started around 2008. So it feels to me like that's going to need to be actually an added expense or something that's added back for the HCP. Certainly, will there be monitoring required? But I think everybody would want that probably for a revised FMP as well for the strategies there. One thing that's noted on the FMP here is that there's a desire for flexibility. And I guess I just I've heard that from the department before, and I'm not sure what that means, frankly, exactly, because as I look at how the department operates out on the landscape now, there's enormous flexibility in terms of setting harvest levels, setting conservation locations. I just don't see some great legal constraints that are there. I mean, if there were a lot of legal constraints, there probably would have been lawsuits to stop some kind of activities under the forest management plan. There's never been one in all the years we've had. So I don't get the flexibility thing. You know, flexibility, I think, also implies uncertainty, perhaps. And I think all of us want to have a sense that if you approve this plan, this is what's going to happen in it. This is the best guess about what's going to happen. So anyway, I guess I'll just say color me skeptical on the FMP. On the HCP, there too, I'm looking forward to more details. But it seems to me there are some pretty specific metrics and goals that the federal process puts out there that need to be met. So, you know, I look forward to that information. There's one thing or two quick things I'd add there. One is we did have a chance. I helped organize a group of conservationists to meet with the HCP contractor and some ODF staff, and we found that to be a helpful conversation, so we were glad to have that opportunity. And secondly, I'd just like to notice one thing on the aquatic goals that were brought up. Under the state law, the goal of the state forest, any state forest management plan, is to restore properly functioning aquatic ecosystems, not simply enhance. So we'd like to see that legal language about restore carried over into the goal for the HCP process. And we've conveyed that to ICF and the planning team as well. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you. I have Yes, Joe. Is there any issue with extending the public comment period? I mean, is there?
Yeah, I've got.
Obviously, if we're
Yeah, we
planning a
can.
decision. I mean, all of these things, all of these kind of timelines. Maybe this is best brought back in January. Exactly what this begins to look like in a timeline that we can see it written down. Almost an if-when, you know, or if this happens, then, or you know. But does extending that public comment period seems reasonable to me, frankly.
Yeah, we can definitely accommodate that. To extend the public comment period for probably with the holidays and stuff through the end of January, keep it open for another month and stuff. And it's not that we're, you know, cutting off comments. It's more around at some point we can incorporate feedback. So people can still comment on it, but in order to finalize the draft to bring it in front of you all, at some point we have to say, we can no longer incorporate your feedback. You can still comment on it.
So that was my question, Cindy. So if we do decide to have you come back in April for providing an informational item, so there's no decision at that point, that the decision is put off until September when we make decisions about the HCP2. Would that provide a longer period of public comment so that the public could have something more concrete to react to? But what I heard from the testimony just a minute ago is there are no details yet for them to comment on, and I think everyone needs some time to kind of digest the details before they can provide reasonable feedback. So what is that relationship between an informational item in April versus the date at which you will have to have had all of your public comment?
So for the April board meeting, looking at Hillary, but I believe the materials are due sometime the end of February. And so we would have to have the drafts, you know, finalized sometime the end of February. So when we come to you all.
Okay.
And so again, that's not cutting off the public comment period. It's just cutting off the fact that
right.
We get comments we can't.
And if we then had it as an informational item without complete public comment in April, would there be a chance to get that public comment at the board meeting in September, along with comparative analysis and whatever other pieces that people want? I'm just trying to understand, if there isn't going to be a decision made in April, do we need to have a complete public comment period prior to that?
Yeah, we could leave it open longer and that would set you up for is more of a draft document in April. Yes, absolutely. And the original public comment period ending in December was trying to accommodate, you know, the comparative analysis and the other things we would need to do, because obviously we can't be changing it if the analysis is ongoing. So
keep going. Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to make the observation that as with the stakeholders, we haven't seen the details either. So I would be far more comfortable of thinking of April as a informational draft than a decision, because we haven't had an opportunity to provide feedback either, because we don't know what's in it.
So if
just one thing, the sensitivity around that, we are asking for public input, and we want to be responsive to that public input. So I think maybe a compromise, you know, is to have extend the public comment period, but do take that public comment for people that submit public comment in a timely fashion. We can respond to it and we can update and improve the plan. That's the goal of the public comment. Again, even if we're not making a decision, we do want to be responsive as we get feedback to improve the plan. We could still, depending on where we go, we could reopen the public comment at a later time. But I think that's the thing that, you know, when you ask for public comment and then not to do anything with it, I think would end up, you know, then we'd hear we gave you public comment, you weren't responsive. So just that sort of nuance about wanting to respect public input.
Good night. So I'd like to propose a motion, but preface it with an understanding that I think I have here. And that is that if you were to bring a draft back in April as an informational item, that you may not have complete public feedback at that time, but you would have some. You would not have the comparative analysis, and you would not have the scientific review. My expectation, and I think some of the board members' expectation, is that we would have that at the time that we would make a decision, but we wouldn't necessarily have it in April. So is that, given that as a preface, is that an accurate reflection of what's possible here?
yeah, and the only piece that I'm still uncertain on until I talk with my team and with Liz is what that decision looks like in September.
Yeah.
And what that decision looks like in September, we could talk to you about in January.
Right.
That would really frame up what supporting analysis, supporting scientific review we would do when and how.
Okay, so I think if in January and April, we can get more details and more feedback from you to kind of understand where we're going to end up in September, that would be really helpful. So my motion is that I move that the staff bring a draft revised FMP back to the board in April as an informational item.
Got it. One question to Brian. In terms of the ability for you to meet with your team and talk about all of this, do you think you'll come back with a proposal that would be that might suggest a different course of action than this motion? Like in January, when we meet in January.
So based on what the motion is, I think it's clear what we need to do for September is bring in April, bring an information item. What I need to meet with my team about is, and these folks at the table, is what the decision space is in September. So
okay.
It would be.
So this, you don't think that if you had a little bit more time to bring us a different option in January, you don't see that happening in terms of January, March, and April. It's more about what's going to happen in September.
Absolutely. And frankly, since the board materials are due mid-February, by the time January comes, there is no time for it.
Okay.
It's a done deal today, pretty much.
Okay.
And so implicit in this, I guess, question maybe Brenda, is that but I don't think it needs to be elaborated in the motion, is that the public comment period that you had talked about will be modified and extended to enable the kind of comment that folks have been asking for.
Yeah, we would extend it as long as we could, probably till the end of January, so we could get the materials together. And then I think the other thing that's,
Honestly, I don't think it does a lot of good for people to know that they can comment later, but that it can't be considered in what the board gets, because people can take that kind of comment directly to the board when they do it, and they likely will. But I think there needs to be a clear cutoff. It's just going to be further than where we are now, but we don't need to establish that. You can establish that, but we're hearing end of January is likely.
yeah. And then the other thing I think is implied is when we do bring it to you in April as an informational item, it'll have the public input into it, but it won't have the scientific review or the comparative analysis. Okay.
At that point, but that work would be done at some later date.
And that's what we need to work through with my team and figure out what we bring you in September.
We'll also have a conversation about this at the January board meeting as part of the planning process. Yeah.
The work plans, yeah.
Right.
You'll be reviewing your state forest work plan.
Which I think it's the clear intent of the board won't. It'll be more about the September decision and time frame. Well, there were some specific comments. Yeah. Also, I mean, there were some about the detail of the plan and would it address the alder, the Swiss needle cast, and other kinds of issues. But I'm assuming that you're getting that. Yeah, yeah. That's.
I know it's probably a time-consuming issue, but I do agree that that we should look at those that he brought out. You know, as far as the monitoring, the Swiss needle cast portion of it, and also the inventory type. You know, where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've addressed some of those in the draft, and that is the reasoning for those 3 public meetings coming up in December and extending the public comment period so we can really understand and try to incorporate those ideas into the draft before we bring it to you in April. Yep. And yes.
Any further discussion or questions? Any additional comment from folks? Okay, then the question is on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries.
No opposed? No opposed? Unanimous?
Unanimously, yes.
So I appreciate the clear direction. Yeah. We'll visit with you on this again in January. Thank you.
And thanks for raising the issue. Before we adjourn, we are done early. This is quite a remarkable thing.
We do the federal subcommittee in 10 minutes?
Well, we can't change the time of the meeting for the, yeah. So, because it's noticed. So I want to remind board members that the subcommittee for federal forests will be meeting in the class-up room in this building at 5:15. Meeting is open to the public. It won't be live streamed. It'll just be recorded. So you're all welcome to come to the federal meeting. Yes.
I do want to bring up one issue. We had the presentation from Sal Peralta about the Oregon Forest Resources Trust, which was originally, as I understand it, the brainchild of Phil Kiesling when he was Secretary of State, and it's essentially sat on the shelf ever since. And I would like to see the department do at least a shallow dive to come back and report whether there is something here that could be easily turned into something of value.
So, yeah, we could actually do a deeper dive. That, I think, was funded with $500,000, and it hasn't produced a single carbon credit in its existence. So it was put on the shelf for that very reason, and NGOs have filled that market and have successfully sold carbon credits off of family forest landowners. But yeah, we can, rather than trying to decide now, what we can do is I'll take your comment as wanting to see if that becomes part of our work plan to bring that up within either climate change, and we'll incorporate that in and bring that back in January. Would that
Yeah, if it
work?
makes sense to other members, that we should at least do a shallow dive there.
Yeah, and maybe I will respect that and say we'll do a shallow dive.
And then you're going to give us an update or a response on the compliance audit issue that was raised earlier in the meeting.
Yeah, we can include that sort of in what work we're doing and what's the time schedule for that.
And I'd like the compliance audit stuff, both the answer to the backward look, plus a year ago, October, we talked about having board involvement or interaction at least in new design of future compliance audits, and I haven't heard much of anything about that.
And that'll be in the private forest work plan. And we've gotten some preliminary feedback from StatNet on the design of a reforestation compliance audit. It's going back for second rounds, but I will have that laid out in the work plan.
Yeah, the future and what we're going to do about the backward look.
Yeah, those are in my view, those are two separate topics.
Yep, that was my point.
Okay, any other closing comments? And thanks, everybody. And thanks for all those of you who participated in the meeting today. Yeah, yeah.
Not necessarily going here to do anything.
No.